phenomenal. Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, and welcome to the Universidad de Alicante, especially to our Faculty of Business and Economics. We are happy to have you here for the first session of the first International Conference on Food and Wine Tourism Strategic Management for Sustainable Regional Development, which is a very long title for the Congress, and I think announces the interest topics that we are going to share during these 2 days. And we will start just with a welcome to all of you, and I want to give the floor to Bartolomé Marco, which is the director of the Department of Enterprises Organization, how you call it in English?
Business organization.
A business organization, that's okay. And then I will have also the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Malena. Good morning and welcome to the first International Conference on Food and Wine Tourism Strategic Management for Sustainable Regional Development. From the academic point of view, today we have 15 papers that have been organized around 3 big blocks. Firstly, we have the block Regional Development and Sustainability in Wine Business. The second is Innovation, Digitalization, and Competitiveness in the Wine Business. And finally, we have the block entitled Entrepreneurship, Management, and Support Networks in the Wine Business. All these papers are going to be presented by researchers coming from different countries. For instance, USA, France, Poland, Greece, Bulgaria, Hungary, Brazil, Argentina, Nigeria, Spain. Additionally, previous to the third block, we'll have our keynote speaker, Professor Eric Wolf, with a presentation entitled Cuenca, Ecuador, a gastronomy destination doing everything right. This is a fantastic opportunity in order to share their knowledge related to different topics, for instance, finance, marketing, management, and geography, tourism, but all these topics applied to the wine business. The conference has been completing with a social program that we hope likes you. Thanks to all for your participation at this conference, especially to speakers, attenders, organizing committee, scientific committee, international coordinator, Professor Angelo Camillo, a scientific publication coordinator, Professor Kyo Lee, and all the organizations that have supported the conference. That is Solunion, Vinos Denominación de Origen de Alicante, Convistas, Cocina de Aquí y Allá, Bruno Caruso, Casa Sicilia, Chocolates Valor, Free Walking Tour Alicante, and of course, our university, our home, the University of Alicante. We hope the conference likes you and enjoy all the sessions that we have during this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Marco. Okay, I had prepared my welcome in Spanish, but I think I will have I will be fluent enough to say the same things in English. So first of all, I want to say you hello, welcome to our faculty in behalf of our dean, who has not been able to be here today. He was very happy to know that we had such a interesting event that is also international and that somehow connects or help to connect academia with industry, which is something that is very important in a faculty as ours. I think that it's important to take the opportunity to say thank you to the Business Organization Department for the effort, especially to the director, vice director, and all the people involved in organizing this kind of events. We have also some colleagues in here, because there are a lot of small details that you have to organize, and it needs someone that has the opportunity to do everything. So thank you in the first for all of you for the effort. And I think we also should recognize the leadership of the department in researching all things related to the wine industry. They are, and I think especially for incorporating young people to the team, because it's a kind of industry that is very complex, that is in need of facing circumstances and challenges that are not easy. And young people, as you are working with, is able also to provide innovation, new solutions, and new perspectives to the team. So we know that you are carrying out kind of research that is very innovative and that will be very important also for the sector. We are inaugurating the first edition of the Congress, I think, and will be probably just the first one, will be much others. And I think that it's important also to recognize how the wine industry is connected not only with economy, but also with culture, also with identity of communities. And because of this, we have different matters that have to do with numbers, that have to do with tradition, and there are sometimes of unstable balances that we have to manage. And that's why university or academic research is so important in order to make or take good decisions in your area. I think that somehow also the industry is also a good opportunity to understand how we can provide transference of academic research to other industries that are not just the wine and food ones. So I think that basically I want to thank you all for being here. I think we have students, we also have presenters coming from our province, our country, but also all around the world. Yeah. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have you here. Thank you for your contributions also to the Congress, and I think that these 2 days will be very productive, and you are at your home. I think you also will have, I've been having a look to the program, you also will have the opportunity to enjoy Alicante's food and wine, is that right? You have some lunch or a dinner tomorrow, some social activities, so try to enjoy the professional side, and then I hope also that Alicante will welcome you as you deserve, with good weather. We have had very good weather during September and October. Today the day was a little bit or rainy or windy, but I think you will have the opportunity to enjoy both sides of the experience and come back as soon as you want. So thank you very much for being with us during these 2 days. Okay. And I think the most important things is happening now after our presentation. So just to start. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
in Argentina, and especially is isolated. It's in the middle of the mountains, not in the Andes. Mendoza is in the foot of the Andes. This is the Andes. The Puna, this is a very high flat area where you have seen maybe in your mind are the llamas, the vicuñas, and the original populations. They are very related with mining. And then there are other mountains, and then the valleys. In one of these valleys, this is the Calchaquí Valley with two rivers, the Calchaquí River and Santa Maria River. And in this area, there is a great expansion of viticulture and wineries. There were a historical one, but now it's growing and growing. Small growing because Argentina is a disaster. It's very difficult to grow in Argentina. You will have one of the most unstable macroeconomics in the world. And then there are, we say that the people who invest are heroes. And in this case, it's very particular. This is northwest Argentina. Always when we are talking about tourism is a part of rural tourism, agritourism, but it's a very special part because when we talk about agrotourism, we are talking about a normal tourism. Agrotourism is one step up. Normally there are bigger players than in agrotourism. For example, the head of the system normally are the wineries and the wineries association. And wineries are stronger than farmers and viticultors. And when we find the pioneers of this process, we find always the quality of the landscapes, the terroir, we say in the viticulture, when we study enology, viticulture, we talk about terroir. This is more than terroir. This is territory, land territory for regional development, but it's based in some characteristic of the terroir, of the landscape. Landscape is very, very important. The cultural heritage, she has been talking one moment before about the history, the relationship between wine and culture. Wine is part of the religion, the culture, the life of especially the Spanish, Italian, French people, Portuguese, and the colonies of the development in Peru, Chile, US, Mexico, Argentina, or Brazil later with the Italians. And the cultural heritage is very, very important. For example, this is the most important winery in this area. This is Peñaflor Group, one of the 10 most important wine groups in the world, with more than 5,000 hectares of vineyards in Argentina, and one of the most important wineries is there. Behind this tree, there are one of the most important hotels related with wineries. Patios de Cafayate. This is the management of the hotel is related with the Starwood Sheraton hotels. Starwood is the part of Sheraton who manages high quality hotels. And this is typical. It is a typical landscape: mountains, vineyards, irrigated, all irrigated, and for example, we call this pilcas, similar to cross in Burgundy, but this is a typical plant of this area. This is a cactus called pasacana in this area. And the cultural heritage, and then the capacity to create some experiences. And this is the human work. What kind of experiences we can give to the tourists? The tourists not only visit a winery, they want to have always new experiences. And the capacity of the tour operators, the wineries, the local authorities to create experiences is very, very important. For this, wineries are working a lot in hospitality, are working a lot in gastronomy, and they are the capacity to improve, to boost, to move all the community, for example, to create new alternatives, new experiences. For example, the Argentinian history is very related with the horses. The tourists, for example, from Europe, have special relation with horses. They love to make horse riding. Well, they promote horse riding, llama riding, to make like a horse bite in the llama, or to eat llama beef. The capacity to create is very, very high, and people create new alternatives. Then, for example, the heritage. The most important for me, the museum of wine. But it's not a normal museum with the history. This is a experience museum. We call interpretation center of the wine, but not only wine. The interpretation center of the territory, of the terroir, of the water, of the life of the people in the region. This is the Cafayate Museum. It's fantastic. It's very nice. It's small, but very, very, very nice. And this is a new experience for the tourists in Cafayate. And look this one. This is a crazy museum. This is 80 kilometers of Cafayate to the mountains, close to a small town, Molinos. And this is created by the Hess family. Hess family is a very important Switzerland family in the wine industry. They have a fantastic winery and museum in California, very famous, the Hess collection, one of the most important collections in California. And they have another winery in South Africa with a collection. And they have created a special light museum, a museum only related with light. And this is James Turrell. This is the crazy man who created this opera. And this is in the middle of nothing. People who want to visit this, they have to make. To arrive to Argentina for 2,000 kilometers from Europe. Then 1,500 to Buenos Aires, Salta. Then by land, 200 kilometers to this place. If you want to visit this museum, you have to prepare all this. And this winery, this town, is all related with this. There are 500 inhabitants, all related with the winery and with the activities of the five-star hotels, five-star restaurants, the wines, a lot of high-quality wines, more than 2,000 meters of altitude, and this is the heritage. Ambience, for example, in this moment, in this vintage this year, all the years, the 50 years of very important folk music event called Serenata to Cafayate, because Salta is the heart of the folk music of Argentina. And then they put in value all these things. And then tango is Buenos Aires, but the tourists want to see not only the folk of Salta, the folk of Liman, they want to see tango, and then they have some weeks with tango events in all the wineries in Argentina, but they have part of this event in Salta. I want, especially, you remember, if you have studied business, this is the first class in market in strategic marketing, leadership, cost leadership. I say always to my students, forget this in the enoturism, because you will lose a lot of money if you begin with the cost leadership. It's very difficult. Maybe if you are close to Buenos Aires, you can have this alternative, but in Salta or in Mendoza, it's a bad strategy. But differentiation and segmentation are very important. And which are the possibilities to differentiate? Landscapes, events, heritage, and landscape. For example, I have presently work related with the possibilities of the different irrigation system or water harvesting system to create special wine terroirs like in Lanzarote, like in Pantelleria in Italy, or in the Azores Islands, and they create water harvesting system that they are create a special landscape, special culture related with wine. And in this case, look Argentina in the hectares, look Mendoza, follow the Argentina. Mendoza is 70%. What happened? The problem of Mendoza are the problems of Argentina. But look, differentiation. Salta, growing. All is going down, but Salta growing down. Small, but growing. Why is growing? Look this, the winery is open to tourists, growing in all Argentina. Obviously, Mendoza are the most important. And look the number 2. Salta has less than 4,000 acres of vineyards. Mendoza 1,050 hectares. And Salta is the second. Córdoba is very special. Córdoba is a mix of new wineries, old wineries, but a very mass tourist. It's very difficult to understand, to make a model, a special model. But look, San Juan is the number 2 with close to 50,000 hectares. And it's very far than Salta in quantity of wineries open to tourists. Well, what is the first conclusion? Salta is the most specialized area in Argentina, in the Calchaquí Valley, in Cafayate, in enoturism. Enoturism is Mendoza, but we say the cream of the system is in Salta. Look, this is very easy to understand. A very simple indicator, the hectares related with the wineries. Now we are making another kind of indicators. For example, the number of 4 or 5 stars, 4 and 5-star hotels, the rates in the 4 and 5-star hotels related with the hectares. In Cafayate is very, very high, higher than in Mendoza, but we have not this data now. But look, 10,000 more hectares for winery open to the tourists in Mendoza than in Cafayate. What is the conclusion? Cafayate is very specialized in wine. Wine is important in Cafayate, yes, but wine is more important for the collateral effects, in political collateral effects, in economic positive externalities. Look this, which is the strong effect of Salta. One of the difference is the high altitude vineyards. This is different of the other part of the world. Very similar to Salta is Bolivia, but Bolivia has more difficulties than Salta to arrive in Bolivia, but it's very, very nice. They have a strong history, strong heritage too. Look different areas in the world. Look, Cafayate, but these are all in this area. All these Colomé is the museum, and look the Spanish style in this winery, and the horses to the mountains between the wineries, Spanish influence very, very strong, and this area is part of the Inca road, it's part Inca Fayate, but it's part of the real road. Real road is the way for the army, for the communication between Lima and Buenos Aires, and there are a lot of churches, sculptures, or cultural things related with the history. One moment more, we pass this. Look the quantity of wineries open to tourists related with the surface, and look the relationship. Mendoza is quite good. It's very strong there, tourism in Mendoza. Mendoza is competing with the gastronomy with Buenos Aires, and now we are like Buenos Aires or better. We are in the Michelin entered in Argentina with two cities, Buenos Aires and Mendoza. And Salta is out, but Salta has a lot of very important things. Look Salta, the relationship. 8% of the open wineries in Argentina with less than 2% of the surface. The specialization is clear. Finally, when we see a tourist, we don't understand what is happening in the land. Begin with the quality wines, then enotourist, the terroir, the landscape, and then I call it the virtual spiral of growing, because there are a lot of business related with wine real estate. You have 100, 200 hectares, and then you create some parcels, and you sell the parcel of 5 hectares, 10 hectares, and the wineries make your wine. Maybe you are in New York, you buy $100,000 hectare by hectare, 5 hectares, and then you pay all the month quota to maintain the vineyard. And if you want to sell the wine all together, or you have your own wines, and there are a lot of families coming from the US especially to live in these places because they want to live in contact with nature, but they are always very rich families. And the problem of this area is always the connection. Which are the constraints for the development? Water. We have talked about sustainability. Water, water, and water. This is very, very difficult problem. Human resources. We talk about sustainability. Sustainability has 3 pillars: social, economic, and environment. The environment problem of Cafayate is if they want to export wines, they have a very bad carbon footprint because it's heavy the bottle, it's heavy the wine. And then 1,500 kilometers from Salta to Buenos Aires have worse carbon footprint than Buenos Aires to Southampton. Then we need to sell in Cafayate. We need to create more tourists there. And for this we need more and more quality of the human resources. And then the connectivity, the hub of flights, and the possibility to better connect land connectivity. And then to finish, after the pandemic, the wineries was very, very important because they opened before all the other systems during the pandemic. In Mendoza, the wineries say that we have a strong debt with the Mendoza population because people needed to go out after the pandemic, and the wineries put the tables, small restaurant, food trucks, and between the wines, the lines, and people can go to open areas to relax and to eat. And there was a national program to promote this, and this is the future. teaching. It's in Spanish, excuse me. Maybe you can
Se viene Previaje 4 y la gente de Corta me dijo, Manuki, ya que estás en Salta, ¿por qué no te metes un top 3 de las mejores bodegas que acepten Previaje? Tomar vinito y pasarla bien en mi país, pero por supuesto, rey. Así que vamos con 3 imperdibles de acá de Salta. Arrancamos con esto, amigos, Yaco Chuya, muy chiquita, muy espectacular y miren lo que es la vista. Hay visitas guiadas, son gratuitas, pero tenés que hacer reserva. Eso sí, terminás la visita y tenés un dispenser de vinitos para elegir. Te clavas una tablita de quesos con esta vista. Segunda parada, Piatelli. Papita horneada, gratinada con 3 quesos, cebollita y panceta adentro. Fantasía absoluta. Empanaditas salteñas, no podían faltar. ¿Se va a escuchar? ¿La masa es de esos? No, riquísimo. Y por último, el Esteco. Bodega gigante, muy grande, pero vale la pena. Hicimos la degustación, fue una locura hermosa. Probamos varios varietales, visitamos la bodega, caminamos por los viñedos y además nos dejaron probar un par de uvitas de Las Parras. Vayas a la bodega que vayas, hagas visita, morfes o compres vino solamente, sabe que todo lo puedes hacer con este nuevo Previaje.
Okay, thank you very much. And something very important. Young people, well lovers, foodies, between 25 and 14. This is the segment to tell you. This is very important. Another thing very important, women. In Mendoza, we are seeing a lot of group of women who take 4 days together and they make a long weekend and they spend a lot because they are, we say in the economy, the disponibilidad pagar, the willingness to pay. The willingness to pay is higher than the men. And then they enjoy to have the best quality of the rooms in the hotels, the quality of the food, the quality of the wines. They pay more. And we have to identify another segment. For example, the gay segment, the Americans have identified that they pay more than the medium because they call DINs, double income, no kids. They have a special program for them, and the wineries are ideal for this. Weddings in wineries. There are Brazilian family who goes to make weddings in Mendoza. The idea is differentiation a lot, segmentation a lot, to make money. Thank you very much. I'm speaking for my English. I don't know.
Que vaya bien. Que vaya bien.
Italian.
Thank you for the final conclusion. Really insightful, Alejandro. And I think that Joy is not here. So we will be on time. That's the good news. Because Jeremy Mate Balog will be the next one. Trends of Natural Wine Production in Hungary. And thank you very much, Alejandro, for your presentation.
It's better like this? Okay, so good morning everyone. My name is Jeremias Balog. I am from Hungary, from the Corvinus University of Budapest. It's the main economics university in the capital city and in the country, and I'm working for the Institute of Sustainable Development and the Department of Agriculture Economics there. So my research focus on climate change and agriculture, a bit of wine industry and climate change and the interrelation of this process. Yeah. So, sorry. Okay, so my presentation, the structure of my presentation, as usual, I will talk a bit about the motivation of the research, literature, some facts about literature on natural wines, and I also share with you some methodological issues, the previous preliminary results of the research, and the conclusions. Sometimes it works. Okay, so natural wines. I don't know you have many natural wine industry in Spain, but in Hungary it's just started in a few years ago, and our main research is a part of a bigger research conducted in European wine producing countries. So in this research, Spain, Italy, France, and Hungary was included, and this research is conducted by the Burgundy School of Business in France and in collaboration with the European Association of Wine Economists. So to define the natural wine, we have many problems if we try to define it, because however, natural wine has increasing attention by the consumers who care of sustainability and clean product. But in the European Union, we don't have a legally accepted definition of the natural wine. So some countries introduce some rules, but it's changing country by country. And it's also interesting to analyze the economic aspects of the natural wine production, why the producers choose to enter to this small market, and what are the success factors, and so on. And on the consumer side, we can find some literature on natural wines, but on the producer side, so it is more rare. So that's why we chosen this topic. And especially in Hungary, the smaller wine producers choose to enter to meet this market, but also there are some big producers who just producing traditional wines and natural wines as well. Okay, so yes, so the literature says that conscious and responsible wine consumers prefer to buy organic, biodynamic, or natural wines, but there is a lack of clear definition on the natural wines. So probably in the future, in the EU, they should create a new regulation on this specific product. And it's difficult to capture the boundaries of natural wines. So it's wines made without additives and sulfur dioxide, handmade, and there are some characteristics based on the literature, but no legal definition. So if you put the the label of natural wines, it's just up to you. So I think only in France they regulate how can they be natural wine producers and how can they put the label. In other countries, you can put it, but it's not obviously means that it's 100% natural, or there are some restrictions or differences, the natural wines in Spain and Italy and so on. Okay, yes, and there is an application called Resin in France and in Europe, and we found more than 3,600 wine producers registered on this application who producing natural wines as well. Okay, so my research focused mostly on the Hungarian wine, natural wine producers and their characteristics, and also the personal motivation of the winemakers, why they choose to produce natural wines, what was the personal and industrial motivation behind this. And to compare the differences between the traditional and natural wine producers, so non-natural wine producers is indicated as NNW, and natural wines as natural wine NW. Okay, yes, so the survey is conducted in collaboration with Burgundy School of Business and European Association of Wine Economists, and It was a big database. We used more than 3,000 winemakers. The contact list is more than 3,000 winemakers located in France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. And the survey was conducted in 2023, summer 2023. I was responsible for the Hungarian survey and samples, so I distributed the survey more than 500 contacts, but finally I received only 88 valid answers from wine producers, and of this sample, about 50%, 51% was natural wine producers, or wine producers who produce natural wines as well. Yes, just some words about Hungary. So the Hungarian wine industry is not so big. It's around 60,000 hectares, located everywhere in the country, so in northern parts, southern parts. So we produce around 1% of the global wines, and also we export a bit. But in the last years, we also recorded some decline in terms of consumption and production as well. So here you can see the decline of the consumption, especially new generation don't really want to drink wine in Europe, so unfortunately, or not as much as before. Okay. Yes, also in Hungary, the most popular drink is beer. So as you can see here, the beer consumption is much more higher than wine. And also there are some hard seltzers, cider, and other alcoholic products. But it's a bit increasing. They expect some increase in the future of consumption. Yes. Yes, so wine is around 30% of the total alcoholic beverage consumption in Hungary. Spirits and beer sometimes are more popular, or mixed products of spirits and the wine, or cider, or sparkling wine. Okay. So these are the summary statistics of our survey. And these are the components who measure the motivation behind the natural wine producers. So the most important component was the personal conviction in the environment. So the wine producers who care of the nature, or they want to be environmentally friendly, they more willing to produce natural wines. And also they want to drink natural wines as well. So the producer who want to drink natural wine, they're more committed to produce natural wines. Also there was another motivation factor that create alternatives to standardized wines, so to be more environmentally friendly and more sustainable, and sometimes doing something new within the traditional wine production. And interestingly, to looking for better market chance was not so important for this kind of wine producers. Yes, so it's a 1 to 5 scale survey. So 1 denotes strongly disagree with these notions, and 5 is strongly agree. So to be closer to 5, we can say they are more motivated towards these factors. And also other factors and the comparison between natural wine producers and non-natural wine producers in Hungary. So natural wine producers believe that their product, so the natural wines, is more desirable, more healthy, and has a good taste or better taste compared to traditional wines. And also they have the resource and time, and often they have the organic vineyard to produce natural wines as well. So they already converted some of their vineyards to organic, or they are totally organic. Yeah. And other interesting factor is the natural wine producers smaller, so the average vineyard size of vineyard is around 7.5 hectares. Compared to the traditional one, they have on average more than 20 hectare. The same with turnover. The natural wine producers have lower turnover on average compared to the non-natural wine producers in Hungary. Yes. Okay, so in comparison, natural wine producers are smaller in terms of turnover and revenue compared to non-natural wine producers. They have higher percentage of distribution go on direct sales, so at the seller sales, and the direct-to-consumer sales, and they often charge higher prices for their cheapest wine, but they have lower prices for their most expensive wines compared to the traditional wine producers. They more likely to have organic or biodynamic certification, and less likely to have other different sustainable certification on the product. Okay, and the results, especially for Hungary, so the highest score was attributed to the desirability to produce natural wines. The health aspect was also very high on 1 to 5 scale, and the perception of good taste, because they believe that their wines is more tasty than conventional wines. And also there was a limited factor of encouragement by the industry to produce natural wines. Okay. Yes, so the supportive social environment was also important, and the intention to willingness to produce this product. Okay, so to conclude, the characteristics was they were smaller, they prefer to sell their products directly, they are more organic or biodynamic, they have the supportive environment, the encouragement of other winemakers or industry, and they believe that their products have better taste, and also they have the behavior of and the intention to produce this product and the positive attitude towards these components. So, yes, they charge higher prices for their cheapest product and lower prices for the most expensive product. They often purchase their grapes as well. And this motivation of the natural wine producers are more driven by psychological factors than economic factors. And the question is, on this research, my main question is, what technique to apply? So I have like 88 observation on mixed observation of natural and non-natural wine producers, and maybe I can apply a logistic regression, but if you have any suggestion or technique to apply for this sample, every comment is welcome. Thank you very much.
Any questions for you?
Was it clear for you? Okay.
You are a lucky man, you don't have questions.
Okay.
The next one.
Thank you.
That is Jacob.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jakub, and together with Professor Jolanta Swanis. Oh, I don't think I need it. Do you hear me correctly? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, my name is Jakub Pisa, and together with Professor Jolanta Swanis, we did prepare research about the use of ICT within the wine industry. And the agenda of today's meeting is quite short, but the topic is quite broad. So this is the, let's say, the start findings out of the research. So first, I will tell you a little bit about the Industry 4.0. Probably you know the term, but it's a growing topic as well. And then we will find what kind of consequences we can find within the wine industry, what kind of solution we can provide with the use of a new technology here. So what do we have? The Industry 4.0 is a consequence of many years of development within the production field. So we started with Industry 1.0, so it was a steam machine, right? Then we went to the electrical engines, so and specialization. So that is why Henry Ford did what he did with Ford Manufacturing Company. And then Industry 3.0, it was about computers, but the very, let's say, PLM computers, so they were able only to steer not so complicated machines. And now we are finally at the 4.0, so it means that we can use very advanced techniques about storing data and about processing data. So on the one side, we can gather the data from the different parts of the machines, from the different industries, and then we are able to get them together and analyze with the use of the new technologies like even artificial intelligence. So we are able now process it better, process it faster, so you can have the insight to the process that you monitor. So it is much more faster and more data we can analyze, so the better results we're gonna have. So this is about the Industry 4.0. We, of course, going right now with this topic further. Some people say that we will have soon Industry 5.0, even European Union is saying that. So we will probably see some new application, but still the base for all of those new technologies is gathering the data and then processing it. And this is what the Industry 4.0 giving it to us. This is already 10 years of experience, so more and more solutions I will see, we will have it. And Industry 4.0 can be applied to many different areas. And one of those, this area is wine industry as well. So the first thing that we can actually use within wine industry is the mobile communication. And we can actually use technologies like picture recognizing to enhance what we can see within the winery. So if you have your mobile phone, you can go around, there is a GPS connected to your mobile phone, and they can tell you more about what you can see on the winery. Because if you are just a tourist, you don't know all of the specific knowledge about every single grape kind, every single, let's say, mountain type. And if you will go with your phone, then you have this possibility to simply get to better information faster. Right? So it's something that we know from the different shops, something that we know from many different industries, but here we can also use it within the field. The next thing is smart wineries. This is what I told you at the very beginning, because to be able to manage better, you need to be able to measure, right? So you need to have data. So the first thing, how to get the data out of the fields. And there is technology for that. Of course, there's Internet of Things, but it is adapted to the use of the agriculture. So you can even use cinema appliances at your home. So for example, you have your plant, and you put sensors about the humidity and temperature inside of them. And when it is okay, you get the info on your mobile phone that your plant is growing good, don't worry, it's going the way it's supposed to. But if there is a lack of water, you will get the info. And of course, we can do it at scale, because this is the scale what is most important. So this is not about one sensor, it's about millions of sensors that are within the fields and gathering data in real time. Of course, there are a lot of different technological problems, because you need to have batteries, you need to provide the current, but it is possible to do something like that. And you have real-time monitoring of your field. So that's another perspective to be applied.
what's more Industry 4.0 can offer. So this enhancement with the augmented reality and IoT devices gives you this personalized tool. So now you can go, buy the track as you do, for example, a museum, right? You have your headphones, you go through the different artifacts, you have the information about it, and here we can have the same story. So we, for example, can take the tourism, give them the mobile application, and see our wineries at your own time, at your own pace. So this is no rush. Like you have it, I don't know, 1 hour. You need to be here and then here, like hiking. No, you can do it at your free time, at the time that you like. And what's the next thing? Operational efficiency and production. In order to be able to manage, we need to measure, as we started this presentation. So the huge advantage is all of those sensors produce data. The data, as you know, as a researchers, this is the key component. So gathering the data is the hardest thing. It is cost money. So if we have those sensors, if we have the infrastructure around the fields, we can in real time monitor, look for some tendencies, look for some predictions. That's what's going to happen next month. If we're going to combine it with the weather forecast, the possibilities there are many and they are promising, right? Because you can predict from what's going to happen in a few days or tomorrow. Because even tomorrow, the prediction for tomorrow will be beneficial. If it's going to, I don't know, if it's going to be good weather and we, for example, have another day of the week, so how many, for example, tourists we will have probably. So we can, in that way, we can better organize operational efficiency because we will, for example, prepare more assets at this given time. So we are not surprised about what is happening, why we have so many people that day, right? So this is another beneficial application here. All right, now I'm clicking. And this is what was even here today in the front of Porter and marketing. All of the possibilities to use the online sources to sell wines here are possible. And you can even give, because the wine is about story, right? So you can tell that this wine was produced here and that at that time. But if you're going to have the data out of the production, you can even tell your customer that it was growing within this period of time. And see, you have, let's say, the insight about the wine, even a bottle that you're buying right now. So you can say exactly how it was going weather. So that is why this is another marketing fact, maybe not so useful as an engineer. I cannot say that maybe it will be useful, but this is a great tool for building a story behind the wine, how it was produced, at what time, and of course, all of the sources of sale are available, and pandemic changed that a lot because people really started to buy a lot of more things through the internet, and the wine was one of them also. So if you can provide this digital identity and make nice marketing, you can sell more wines through that source as well. And since you can have those online sources, you can target your marketing better. So you know what your customers are. You can target it as you, for example, target posts out of the Facebook to a given market segment. You can provide this is for those people, and that is why you can benefit, as we had during the first presentation, to whom you should sell at what age, who pays more, right? So that's another application. And simply, this is a matter of configuration. This is a matter how to combine the right technology at the right moment. For the wine industry as well as any other problem, this is what are the benefits of the Industry 4.0 are. And that's extremely interesting because wine tasting, right? This is another activity that this is strictly connected with the wine, and people like to have it. But if we will add some digital representation, we add some digital information about the wine which is consumed right now, because we have this identity and story behind it, because it was gathered with the data, even at the field, then the wine tasting might be, let's say, more interesting or even more entertaining, because you have the insight and you can combine those two words. The physical process of tasting and the story of the digital story of how it was produced, how it was done. And that enhances engagement, because it is, let's say, it needs to be interesting. It needs to be a little bit fun in the process. So that provides the fun. And sustainability, of course, because if we are able to manage, if we are able to measure the fields, we are able to provide the right care. We don't need to, we spend the amount of the resources which are needed, not more, not less. So we have the specialized agriculture. So even, for example, with the use of the drone techniques, you will provide those sources to support the grapes at the given area, because you have the information that they needed that. And that's the resource efficiency over here. And what are the challenges? The challenges that we are having some practices for the traditional production. And of course, this Industry 4.0, it gives you a lot of opportunities, but you need to work on them. You need to make the right requirement that they really refer to the customer need. So it needs to be based to the where the wineries are, to the wineries' needs, and this is also a challenge from the IT perspective as well. And the Vivino is an example that shows exactly how you can combine those powers of the new technologies like artificial intelligence, because you just scanning the bottle and you know everything about it. And you know also the opinions of other people, which are crucial sometimes when you are in the market and you know this wine or this wine. How should I know? I'm not the expert, right? So this is the place how you, if we're gonna support more data into that, we can go further with this kind of solution as well. And the conclusion, the integration of Industry 4.0 technologies can significantly enhance visitor experience, enabling wineries to tailor marketing strategies. And this is something, a place to look for the innovation. This is a place to change the wine industry and to use this ICT technology as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Another lucky guy.
Congratulations. I will be sitting. Good morning. Can you hear me? So I will try to keep it short, Javier. I'm Maria from Greece, working in wine tourism since 2004. So today what I'm going to do is try to report on data from my longitudinal research in Greece. In particular, this study seeks to address the following research questions. What is the course of development of wine tourism in the Greek case? How have several types of crises affected the development of Greek wine routes? And how have these crises been useful in terms of lessons learned for wineries and destinations? What are the lessons learned from the Greek case? The work reports on data collected in the frame of various studies, including my PhD, 2 postdoctoral projects, thesis, master thesis I've supervised, and several collaborations. We've used several tools and methods, including content analysis, panel discussions, interactive methods to retrieve data, in-depth interviews, and census surveys, not just sampling. And of course, participant observation all these years. These are some of the research regions where we were focused. And in terms of the theoretical framework, oh, sorry, I don't know. Apart from systems thinking, apart from the talc model, systems thinking predominated. In specific, we tried to examine the development of Greece's wine tourism through a resilience perspective. as it is defined as the capacity of systems to respond to change together and effectively to multiple types of change in specific. Having said that, let me begin with an introduction of the way we tried to deal into systems thinking. In specific, we consider wine tourism as a complex human environmental system, which comprises several subsystems, and they are highly dependent on natural resources, and therefore this system is explicitly vulnerable to multiple types of stressors and threats. So let me begin with the history. Despite the long tradition in winemaking and the diversity of several terroirs, only a handful of wineries attracted visitors in Greece before the 1990s, during the first post-war decades of mass tourism development in the country. And in essence, in Greece, we are talking about wine tourism because of the collective actions of 13 winemakers in the northern part of the country, when in 1993 they established a network, a wine tourism association, and they created the first wine routes. We are talking about a bottom-up, regional, collective approach. And currently, this network comprises 36 wineries, and it has encouraged similar initiatives across the country. We have similar networks being created in several other regions of Greece, and all these regional associations are currently organized and coordinated at the national level. In parallel, during the last decade, we see the emergence of several other local networks of winemakers, which have set wine tourism among their objectives. Of course, not all of them are now successful. Just to use a quote of one of the respondents, we may have formed networks, but we haven't found the way to maintain them, to preserve them. In 2014, we had the creation of the first legislative framework for wine tourism, and the preconditions that a winery has to meet in order to get the label that it is open for visitors. And even more recently, we had the creation of a National Council for Wine Tourism. So, given the aforementioned, we could come to the conclusion that Greece is currently at the developing stage of the TALC model. And as you can see this slide, several observations confirm this position. Due to time limitations, I will not go into detail. Of course, there are local differences one needs to take account when considering wine tourism at a national level. We cannot discuss wine tourism in Velvedon in West Greek Macedonia the same way we do it for Santorini, which is a mass tourism destination. Another concern lies in the low representation of wineries that are open to the public and also have the certification label. It doesn't mean that only 100 wineries are open to the public. The remaining just don't see any motivation in applying for this label, according to our research. There is a diversity of wine tourism experiences available across the country, either more organized, others are less customized. And apart from wineries, there are several other actors that comprise the wine tourism system in Greece, several other stakeholders. So how have several types of crises affected Greece's wine tourism development? To begin with, as was the case in Spain, Greece faced a severe debt crisis in the aftermath of 2007 and 2008, Moreover, the sector has experienced another two major perturbations. These include the imposition of capital controls in 2015 and also the introduction of the excise tax on wine, which has seriously affected sales prices and had a decrease in consumption, winery visitors in the mainland, and we have also a reduction of imported wine, which was not necessarily bad, given that simultaneously wineries tried to focus on the foreign markets and they put an emphasis on exports in order to deal with the severe impacts of the economic crisis in Greece. Moreover, according to their perceptions, wine tourism was the life vest that secured wineries with liquidity through crisis, and while the banking capital controls were imposed. The second crisis we examined was the pandemic that had severe impacts on turnovers, international wine tourists, and a Catholic pause of festivals and events. Wineries located in island mass tourism destinations proved to be less resilient, and also wineries that were highly dependent from hotels, restaurants, and catering. These are the response strategies and other measures taken to confront the challenges. This is an example of the Cretan context. You choose one, you support all the others, was the motto. If you choose a wine from a specific winery from Crete, then you support all the system, all the supply chain of Crete. And last but not least, the climate crisis. This is a recent paper published a few months ago that has raised concern in the academic community. Many regions in Greece, Southern California, Spain, and Italy could be at risk because of the climate change. So, what we try to do through in-depth interviews with key stakeholders of Crete and national wine experts in Greece was to explore the perceptions of the supply side stakeholders in terms of the climate change. We used Fourmet et al.'s typology in order to see how specific threats, as you can see on the left, will affect specific subsystems of the system of wine tourism. I just want you to focus on the third column and see what are the perceived impacts according to the perceptions of stakeholders. As you can see, since the components of the system are interrelated, an increase in the production cost in viticulture will have an impact eventually at the operation cost in wine tourism. And these are the measures taken in order to deal with the challenges of the climate crisis. We classified them into tactical, reactive, anticipatory, and strategic anticipatory, according to their duration. And it is important to stress the absolute lack of national strategic plan. Apart from what people in Crete do, there is no guide nationally. So the sector so far proved to be resilient with respect to the economic and the pandemic crisis, at least. The main factors that seem to be associated with this resilience have to do with two things. First is this shift in exports and also wine tourism, especially for small wineries. And the second has to do with the structure of the wine tourism system in Greece, which is mostly comprised by SMEs, small family-owned wineries, And this is related with a number of competencies like diversity, local control, self-organization, which are related to the resilience of a system according to the literature. However, the in-depth interviews revealed a number of other types of threats for the resilience of the system, which we classified into economic, social, and environmental. Social threats were further classified into these categories, as you can see. I could spend another hour talking about these threats. This is a figure we tried to refine due to the course of time. We added, for example, climate change and COVID in environmental threats and so on. So, operating in the zone of uncertainty is a continuous condition to which wine tourism businesses and destinations have to constantly respond. Instead of conclusions, I would like to share with you an ABCDF approach, trying to summarize some key takeaways, some lessons learned from the Greek case. So feel free to contribute with your feedback. Beginning with an A, we need actions from bottom to top, a balanced development, community shared based visions. We need density between networks in order that we have knowledge transfer. Of course, a critical success factor lies in education and proper training, and last but not least, money. Allocation of resources, strategic planning, and focus on the less privileged, not only wineries, but destinations as well. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have a question for Maria?
Or any idea about this?
Anyone? So we should move on, I suppose, with
Thank you.
Rosanna. Congratulations, Maria.
Espera, que quería poner esto que te había preparado. Esto es, vale. Y esto se va apagando y encendiendo, no tengo que hacerle nada yo. Está moderado, no sabe.
Opciones. Ponle ahí a la derecha, dale un clic. Y opciones. Opciones de punto.
No, voy a salir aquí. Sales aquí al lado. Si no lo tengo ahí.
Quizás es la opción. Ya.
Sí,
Y sale en negrito.
Y salir al lado. Entonces no puedo seguir todo. Pero bueno.
Good luck, señora.
Bueno, nada. Sobreviviré. Lo tengo ahí. Aquí todo pasando. Vale. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosana Fuentes, and I'm a researcher of the University of León. Today we'll be discussing a topic, the impact of natural wineries of the sustainable tourist development, with a specific case study based on the Paris 2024 Natural Wine Fair. In this presentation, I will explore how natural wine fair and wineries contribute to sustainable tourism, their economic impact, and the innovative strategies these wineries implement to attract tourists. Let's dive into the details. First of all, the importance of the wine fairs. Natural wine fairs play a key role in the wine industry. They serve as platforms where winemakers, importers, retailers, and sommeliers can gather to showcase their natural wines. These events are crucial because they increase consumer awareness, which ultimately drives engagement and brand loyalty. But it's not just about wine promotion. These fairs also promote sustainable winemaking practices. For instance, many of the wineries present at these fairs use regenerative agriculture and other environmentally responsible practices. These events provide a direct way to connect with consumers and raise awareness about sustainability in both winemaking and tourism. About local economy and cultural impact, natural wine fairs have a significant impact on local economies and the cultural landscape. By attracting tourists, these events generate revenue for both the wineries and local businesses, including restaurants, hotels, and local attractions. This boosts the local economy, creating new income sources and job opportunities. Culturally natural wine fairs also help preserve local tradition and heritage. By merging wine tourism with economic and with ecotourism, these fairs create immersive experiences with visitors not only enjoy the local wine but also explore the local culture and natural environment. This combination of wine tourism and ecotourism, known as enotourism, enhance the overall visitor experience with promoting environment stewardship. About the methodology, to analyze the impact of natural wine fairs, my research relied on multiple data sources. First, I conducted a detailed analysis of the Paris Wine Fair website, as well as the website of participating wineries. I also analyzed the data from Savi database, which include financial information of Spanish companies. Additionally, I conducted interviews with 10 Spanish wine producers to understand the significance of these fairs for the businesses. Overall, the sample included 156 wineries from 14 countries, reflecting the global nature of natural wine production. This diversity underscores the increasing importance of these fairs in promoting sustainable and collaboration in the natural industry. About the results, if we are talking about geographical diversity, the Paris 2024 Raw Wine Fair featured 156 wineries from 14 different countries. This geographical diversity highlights the global interest in natural wine production. Unsurprisingly, France and Italy had the highest representation, reflecting their leadership in the natural wine industry. Moreover, Spain's growing presence in the natural wine sector was also significant, along with the increasing interest from the USA, showing the natural wine is gaining traction outside Europe as well. This level of international participation makes the Natural Wine Fair a key event for sharing sustainable winemaking practice across borders. About commitment to quality, one of the most significant findings from the Paris 2025 Raw Wine Fair is the commitment to quality and sustainability among the participants' wineries. Out of the 156 wineries, around 58% had quality seals, indicating that they adhere to strict standards in natural wine production. These seals help build consumer trust and confidence in the products, while also promoting transparency into winemaking processes. By holding these quality certifications, these wineries also demonstrate a strong commitment to sustainability, which is increasingly important to both consumers and industry professionals. About innovation in operation, another key aspect of the natural wine sector is its capacity for innovation, especially when it comes to sustainability. The majority of the wineries represented at the Paris 2024 event were small or micro enterprises. These smaller wineries tend to be more agile and innovative, in their operations, often experimenting with new sustainability practices in both farming and production. Interestingly, the mix of long-established wineries and newer ventures at the fair shows how tradition and innovation coexist within the natural wine industry. While older wineries bring to wealth of experience, newer wineries often lead the way in adopting cutting-edge sustainable methods. In conclusion, natural wine fairs like Paris 2024 Raw Wine Fair showcase the diversity, quality, and innovation within the natural wine sector. These events not only promote sustainable wine production, but they also play a critical role in driving sustainable tourism development. The economic benefits are clear. Natural wine tourists can generate new sources of income, promote local products, and support job creation, particularly in rural areas. But beyond the economic impact, these fairs help build greater consumer awareness of sustainability issues and promote eco-friendly tourism. By integrating sustainability into their operation, wineries can contribute to broader sustainable development goals and help foster rural economy growth. As demonstrated by the Paris Fair, natural wine tourists offer a unique and replicable model for other regions around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. Does anyone have a question for Mrs. Rosanna, who has just arrived?
Yeah.
For those small micro enterprises who are not allowed to apply for the... I'm a little shy with the microphone, so... for those micro and small enterprises that cannot apply to the technological innovations for sustainability, there is any other option to use, like the not use of chemicals for the production, or which is the option that they have to still having sustainability improvements?
I completely agree that the small wineries are the most sustainable wineries because they believe in sustainability. So I believe the size of the enterprise is not the most important. In fact, the smaller are the more, it's religious for them to be sustainable. Not all of them, but the most part of them think that is really important and is a goal for them to survive and to be different from the big wineries.
And how they do it without the access to big technologies, or, I don't know, the technologies of the revolution?
That is difficult, because if they are small, the technologies are not the biggest opportunity for them. But they can work with the land, they can work with the winemaker, and they can do different things to be, maybe they can compete with the seeds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes? No? Okay, yeah.
I have some doubt about what is the meaning of raw wines, because I have seen Demeter certificators, that is biodynamic. Then you talk about we have seen natural wines and raw wines. There is a mix very difficult to certify. Yeah. I have some doubts. What are they offering to the consumers? When you say raw wines, there are a lot of difficult to understand natural wines, raw wines. What is all of them? Bio wines are raw wines, biodynamic wines are raw wines, and the real problem, what do you do with the sulfites in the wines? If you have natural sulfites, or you put sulfites in the wine production? Yeah. Okay. This is, for me, the key of the question.
I understand your doubts. If we are talking about raw wines, we can ask Isabel Legeron. Isabel Legeron is the expert who decided to include this word. It's a difficult term because the European Union says that this word doesn't exist because we can't talk about natural wines. We can talk about other different options, but the thing of raw wines for me is the way to include only the wine with not specific ads, without any ads to the wine. So it's not my business. I just talk about raw wines, and the term it was included by Isabel Legeron, but I think it's the way to do the wine with not so much ads. Wine, it comes from the grapes. That is the idea.
But it's very difficult because the US legislation have a specific wine, say, without artificial sulfites.
Yes.
Only natural sulfites.
That is the idea. Yeah.
The European Union has a different law,
Yeah.
and they can add sulfites
Exactly.
and say this is a natural product.
Yeah. In fact, natural, exactly. In fact, natural, the word natural is not for the European Union is forbidden because they say what is natural, and if we do that, if we confirm that term, what's happened with the common wineries, the not natural wineries? That is the main problem, I think.
And if you go to Chile, for example, Chile has a special climate without, they don't need to apply cuprum sulfate or pesticides or fungicides. And then you go to Europe and they have rainy winters, and they say that they use less pesticides, but they are using less pesticides, are more natural than before. But in comparison with Chile, there are no natural.
Yeah.
There is a mix, very, very difficult to understand for the consumer.
Yeah, I think consumer needs to be to have the rules really clear, and they are not clear for the consumer. I agree with you, completely agree.
Consumers is a religion for
Yes.
this kind of wines.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. You're welcome. Okay. You're welcome.
You want to do it seated or standing?
Stand up, thank you.
Okay, so can you talk?
I can just use that one.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Q4. We are from San State University, California. It's very nice to see this wonderful place. I thank you for the Javier and the teams for hosting this amazing conference. And I regret that a lot of my colleagues who wanted to come here, but it's the middle of semester and they cannot make it. Because Spain is kind of, I always want to have come to Spain for wine conference, but unfortunately we didn't really have a lot of conference in Spain. And I talked with Javier, why not to have a conference in Spain to learn about the wine reason and food in Spain is kind of become a very popular in globally and so on. So, well, it's my first time to visit Alicante, and it's one of the best place. In terms of, I think the hospitality that I received in a hotel, I really see a difference there. So I wish that you continue to host this conference annually to interact with the academia and to promote this great wineism and so on. I'd like to talk about this, my research topic. I work with my colleague, Professor from Bordeaux, and Professor Shamina. I think her student here, the professor really wanted to come here, but she has a meeting, a leadership meeting, and so she cannot make it. And so we talk about the idea of the artificial intelligence, the adaptation of artificial AI in the wine industry. So my topic is the service quality in the wine industry. So how the artificial intelligence can be adopted in the wine industry in terms of the winery, for the visitors who come to the winery, how we can improve the service quality using artificial intelligence and technologies driven. And that is the kind of the topic that we like to explore through this research topic. And professors here from Bordeaux, so she has a different perspective, and I'm in California, more likely people use a lot of the technology. So why not to collaborate? So that's how we came up with this idea. This is still an earlier stage of the research topic, but we like to share with you guys about some of the potential topics that you may explore for further research. As you can see, the introductions, and I found that artificial intelligence, the statistics, and how the AI has been growing. And I read about Wall Street Journal, and it said that the columnist at the Wall Street Journal said that AI is kind of one of the significant the technology evolution we never experienced. As you can see, the NVIDIA, some of the stocks for the NVIDIA producing artificial intelligence chips, and their stocks, the stock price, some of you might have invested in, but NVIDIA, the stock price has gone up significantly. The company is growing, it's kind of crazy. That really how it shows that the AI has affected our business industry. And you can see the 200 million people weekly active users for ChatGPT, and the impact of the AI that affected the productivity, and people become more productive using artificial intelligence tools. And so I'd like to talk about how the AI could improve the productivity of the work in the context of the wine industry. And there are some examples about the automations of the business process, robot serving customers, and robotics. And you go to the restaurant, and the robot is cleaning up the dishes instead of the servers. And that is a recurring and repetitive process. And also virtual assistant has become it's very common among a lot of the companies, and instead of hiring the human beings, and the companies use a virtual assistant to help customers who visit your website who have some problems with the complaining, and virtual assistant to solve your problems. And eventually, they may not replace the human beings, but it saves the company that the money is, and rather than outsourcing people who pick up the phone calls from India and so on, that a lot of companies have adopted virtual assistant. Cost efficiency as well as productivity. More and more companies have adopted that for virtual assistant, and that is cognitive robotic process automation. And you type of what is your problem, then go to the company's website, and virtual assistant pop up, and like the human beings, and they have the human being opinions and names, and then you type your problems, and they say that I'm sorry, you experience. That is kind of you anticipate with empathy before you look at the robot and so on. Also, as you can see, the global AI adaptation rate in diverse business sectors, from the retailing business to banking, and wine industry is kind of a little bit lag behind. I would say that the wine industry is most of the times in Europe and even United States, California is a small winery, it accounts for most of the wineries, and it's a small business, and family business is one of the main reasons they are not able to adopt AI is this money. It's a heavy capital investment that is needed to adopt AI. So I'd like to see how in this presentation, how the winery can adopt AI, even small wineries and so on. So the goal of this study is kind of to discuss how AI can be integrated in the winery's digital service strategy. I'm not focusing on the production side. I'm not a wine production guy, and I'm talking about operations and when wine tourists visit the winery and how we can adopt the AI-related technology to improve the wine tourists' experience so that they can come back, visit, and loyalty. That is the goal, and so I don't really touch on that the production. How do you make that a better wine? But for me, this research topic with the professor from Bordeaux is just how you better serve wine tourists who visit your winery and that can keep coming back because they have great experience. That is the idea. And the second topic is I'd like to explore some of the AI-related research topics in the context of the wine industry. There are some topics you can think about it. So I'd like to open that discussion with the participants. AI integration in the service industry. To me, the wine industry, yes, we produce manufacturing wine product. It's a tangible wine product, you drink it, but also at the same time, it is the service industry. Especially those small wineries selling that the wine that your wine is only. You don't really distribute your wine to the distribution centers because you don't make enough wine to use just the family-owned wine, then just the selling the wine to the people who visit your winery. That needs a service industry because through the service you generate that winery and you create the value. So that's the service. So service affects the wine tourist satisfaction significantly. On top of the quality of wine, yes, quality of wine is great, but people come happy with the way you treat them and they may not come back. That is the idea. So I believe that the wine industry is part of the service. It's an extra service which adds value to your winery brand. So there are a number of the researchers. Javier is helping me, but I'm running managing a journal. It's called Journal of Food Service Business Research, and we received around 300 manuscripts, and a lot of manuscripts nowadays is related to technology and robots and food delivery applications, and that's kind of the researchers have the attention to nowadays. And technology, the impact of technology from consumer behavior, business operation, those a lot of the researchers are touching on that aspect. Even I just got the papers on the robot, the baristas. Those concepts have emerged significantly. So as you can see, the AI, the definition, and there's a lot of definitions there. And, so you can take a look. So one of the paper that I have based on is Professor Huang and Rust in 2018, how the AI affected the service industry, and they created developed very nice theory and how the AI can be used in the service industries, and they come up with the 3 different criteria in terms of mechanical and thinking and feeling. It was 2018, it was heavily decided. The first, the authors claim that the mechanical in terms of the delivery robot, self-service kiosk, and housekeeping robots. That is mechanical. And company can replace a human being for robots. In Asia, Spain is the wine country. You produce wines and you drink the wines and every day of daily life. And if you go to Asia, wine is sold in kiosks, small convenience stores. But they use that, you go to the kiosk in a small convenience store in South Korea, so that's where I come from. And then you click that the wine, you push wine and the wine information is pop up and kiosk. So there's a lot of technologies going on. That aspect is a mechanical robot. This is one of the areas that AI has been already affected the industry, robots. I was in shopping last spring, and I went to the National Restaurant Association show in Chicago to one of the biggest restaurant show, and people from all over the world come there. There is a lot of technology there. All of the conference booth is all about the robot and serving customers and so on. So the robot, that's mechanical. And the second item that the criteria what the professor is Huang and the Ross that came up with how the AI can affect the service industry in the area of thinking. That is a lot of companies that used that thinking, based on the previous purchase histories. The companies using cookies and so on, and they know that what kind of product you purchasing, and they are based on the digesting your data, purchase history, and they can predict what kind of product you can buy. That is the category of thinking, which is called the machine learning. Nowadays the customers, the past history, and they predict what kind of product you are more likely to buy. So it's a Netflix, and always you watch these movies, and you're more likely to watch these movies, and they suggest it and so on. That is important because Netflix know that if you promote the new movies, and they know how many target market people will watch it. So that is machine learning. Because others selling Amazon, the main companies have done that. I think that the wine industry can do that, based on your histories and data analysis through using AI, you're more likely to drink a certain type of wines. You're not going to drink the wines that you never drink, because we all have our preferences and habits. And that is second item, and thinking, and third is the feelings, like virtual service agent and chatbot for customer service, customer support, virtual service agent. Again, as I told you, that it's become a very common nowadays. It was very interesting to me, the anthropomorphisms. That is a product that bears human appearance, which include the psychological features like emotions and personality and the gestures. You go to the company's website, virtual assistant, look like human beings. They have human being names and appearance. And the non-psychological features, such as presence of physical resemblance to human bodies, head, eyes, arms, those all affect the customers' likeness of the acceptance of the virtual assistant. Avatar theory is a digital entity possessing anthropomorphic features in terms of appearance and behaviors. I think that I suggest that your female customers and virtual assistant, female virtual assistant may work better. I don't know, so on. So there is a lot of studies on here. Okay. And again, I like to relate the food service into the wine industry and winery. Because food services, in my opinion, the food service business is far ahead of the wine industries. And I think two industries kind of correlated. And based on my visit to the National Restaurant Association show in Chicago, they counted very nice statistics. I would like to integrate in this study. And you know, the restaurant is highly labor intensive. You need to hire the cook and servers and hostess, and you need to hire all the human beings to create the product. And it says the number of employees needed to generate 1 million sales for restaurant industry. I need to have 12.1 that the employees you need hire. It is very human, the labor intensive that the business compares to gas stations and clothing. And so AI might replace, could help the wine industry to improve that the productivities could replace human beings jobs for the wine industry in the future. Yeah, on top of that, it was very interesting. Right now, the restaurants in the United States, as you can see, the digital order, right from that applications. Then I can skip this part. I like the wine tourist journey in the digital areas. You know, you arrive at, you like to visit the Napas, and you arrive at San Francisco Airport with the smartphones, right? You make a reservation to the airlines always send you text message which gate you need to go. And then when you arrive in San Francisco Airport, and you got the Ubers, Uber says that, oh, we have promotions. You know why that? Because Uber buys the data from that airline companies, and Uber knows that it's a very targeted group of people more likely to use Uber from the San Francisco Airport. Then you use a smartphone and then take the Uber and go to the hotels in Napa or Sonoma and using smartphones and make reservations, and then go to the wineries and which winery I need to go. Then you see that the social media postings and Yelp.com and so on that I go to the wineries. So all those kind of customers, wine tourist journey is based on smartphone and digital and so on. So we just cannot avoid this. And I like to skip this part, pre-purchase and purchase, post-purchase, how the AI can be integrated in the wine industry. The last one is something that I was kind of something interesting in terms of the impact of the AI in the wine industry. I like to see how the highly involved wine visitors and low involved wine tourists, there is difference, I believe. So if you're very knowledgeable in the wine industry and wine, do you really care about AI on those suggestions? Compared to I'm kind of new, I don't think quite that often, then I'm more likely to rely on the AI. So there is difference. It's a moderating factor in terms of your wine knowledge and wine involvement. That could be a factor. That is potential research idea. And second, I also think the global consumer perspective, and there is difference between Westerners and Asian consumers in dependence on the AI. I predict that the Asian consumers tend to adopt more AI for wine purchase and visiting wines compared to Western consumers. That is because technology is more developed in Asian countries, in Japan, Korea, so they tend to use more of the technology. They are more open. So there is a particular research idea. And the third one is, as you can see, a lot of the researchers adopted the technology acceptance model in using the AI. And in terms of the usefulness of the using AI and perceived the ease of the use of the AI. So those are researchers adopted use that technology acceptance model as a theoretical basis to find out how the AI affects consumer behavior and so on. So there is more research ideas on this aspect, and that is pretty much it. Any other follow-up questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation, Kyung-ho. Really insightful. Do you have any questions? If not, I think
yes,
that...
there is one question there.
Thank you. A quick question about the issue of the ethics of AI. And could AI as well introduce a bias in terms of selection and influences of the visitors' choices and where they go and where they decide?
I think that's a wonderful question. There is a research idea that the paper is just published. I saw there was sommelier, robotic sommelier versus could replace a human sommelier. Human sommelier has a bias. Depending on how you like and so on, their recommendations might differ. And the robotic sommelier might be more fair, and that there is just a research article was published, I think, because the wine industry is the vast amount of the wine brand and the product, then AI might influence customer choice of the, when you visit the restaurant, you don't know what kind of the wine you can buy, maybe instead of you being a sommelier who might be biased. Maybe a robotic sommelier might be more effective, even at depending on your wine knowledge. Especially if you don't have a lot of wine knowledge, probably you may rely on that robotic sommelier. I don't know, there's kind of company they just came up with that. I don't know any company using it, but there's certainly a research opportunity there.
Thank you very much. You have more job. I'm sorry, pero
Can I ask one more question? Going back to the idea that there is an opportunity for suggesting new types of wines, depending in your already existing knowledge. There is any app or application that it's being in use that recollect data to do that kind of suggestions? Okay. Because, thinking what you were talking about, that you have an opportunity to apply AI, and mostly thinking about the Californian industry that you have near Silicon Valley, it's weird to me to think that they don't have already done an application for the mobile in which you can have your own database and see what do you like and your specific wine tasting.
Wonderful questions. I would like to address it, but the restaurant industry, those big chain restaurants like Starbucks, their competitive advantage come from application. Through application, they collect the customer data and histories. But wine industry, they don't have that. So they cannot really collect the customer's data. Do you understand?
Yeah. The problem with that part is that you are talking about big companies that has really loyal people. Here, I was thinking that the solution might be from the customer's part, because if you have any winery that wants to make a loyalty experience or application or whatever, they don't have enough. They don't have mass consumption, or they don't have even the possibility to have something. The resources, and also the consumers. They don't have enough consumers to make an app for that. So, if you make from the other part an app in which as yeah. No, not for the winery, for the consumer. So, for example, I was thinking more in, for example, if you are a consumer, you can put what wine do you taste, the money, if you like it, if you don't, and then with that you can make like a collection of what do you like and what do you know, and then with that information you can receive suggestions on what you can taste. And also that data, you can use it to develop new products with the specific taste of the regions in which you are participating. But there is nothing developed with that. Okay.
Rather than just think of applications covered the entire 100,000 wine grapes. Can I proceed? So there's opportunities you guys can see unconscious, in my opinion. I do, because in the restaurant industry, there's big things, apps. People use apps to order. It's 35%. So we can continue to talk.
Yeah.
I'll make it quick. I love conversations and debates like this. There's simply not as many wine industry apps as there are restaurant apps. If you go to any app store, there's tons and tons and tons of restaurant apps that are largely useless. There's a couple of them that have been good or a couple that have gone out of business, but you don't find that in the wine industry. And when you're talking about applying this level of technology for a winery, it's only going to be the biggest wineries like Mondavi in California or 19 Crimes out of Australia, a big exporter, that have the resources, the financial resources, and also the vision to develop something like AI modeling of their customer base. So what you're seeing, all of the wineries that do have customer loyalty lists, they amount to nothing more than really a newsletter, a special event notice, and that's kind of it. They are not developing profiles on their customers like Starbucks is or like Burger King is with the apps that people use. And I think that one of the biggest opportunities lost from most governments in the world is the opportunity to really focus on the wine-loving traveler, or even the food-loving traveler, but let's talk about the wine-loving traveler. There's so many different kinds of wine grapes and varietals and flavor profiles and climate. This Cabernet Sauvignon grows really well here. Pinot Noir needs a slightly cooler climate. But if you go to any national tourist office website, like the French tourism office website, they'll say, oh, we have wine in France, you should come to Bordeaux, or you should come to the Rhone Valley. And that's kind of it. They point you in a direction, but they don't use anything like, take this quick quiz and we'll find out what kind of wine-loving traveler you are. Are you sophisticated? Are you novice? Are you a vegan wine traveler? That's not something that we haven't even talked about yet. Sulfite-free wines, vegan wines, and so on. So there's so much opportunity, and this level of analysis and marketing can really only be done by a large entity. So it could be a trade organization if there's a huge wine industry in a country that could take the initiative and say, okay, we're going to put 100 million euros into this and really do it well. Or it could be a national government. And I would argue that it's not just tourism, but it's actual agricultural export, which is where the governments seem to think about agriculture and export. Tourism is kind of the bastard child. We don't want to talk about that and let the industry figure itself out. But if you talk about agriculture, job growth, and export of product, they want to see those ships full of wine bottles going somewhere. Then there's money to be invested in that.
Really insightful, Eric. Thank you very much. And now we'll have the presentation of Laden. The three of us? Okay, perfect.
Yes, if I go to... Just come here, close. Okay, so I'm really glad that I'm here and like listen to our host from the University of Alicante. And and first of all, I would really like to present my team of collaborators. I'm Ilinka Terziska and I come from Bulgaria, from the Southwest University in Bulgaria. It's somewhere between Sofia, the capital city, and Greece. And then you already know Maria Levaki, she's from Greece. And this is one of my PhD students. He actually comes from North Macedonia, but he's a PhD student at our university. Hence, you'll see that he's from Bulgaria actually on his badge. So I'm happy about this team of collaborators because I think this is the first time actually we have a team comprising academic researchers from those three countries. And what we are going to present today is a comparative analysis of three wine regions, and they are neighboring wine regions in three neighboring countries, actually, on the Balkans. The Balkans themselves are a very interesting region, not only because of rich history, sometimes controversial, but also because of its very rich winemaking traditions. Actually, the Balkans are the motherland, so to say, the cradle of winemaking in Europe, I mean. We have diverse landscapes, and also what is important, this is a region that is extremely underrepresented, that has been extremely underrepresented so far in wine tourism research. So we'll focus on new technologies, but mainly on online wine tourism, on websites of wineries that are open to the public, because this has always been important. I mean, at least for the last 10 to 15 years, but it's getting more and more important. And what we are trying to do is fill a gap in understanding the digital strategies that are employed by wineries in the three regions that we chose for our study. The objective of the study is actually to conduct a comparative analysis of winery websites, and I'll stress once again that in our sample we've only included wineries that are open to the public, that are actually hosting tourists. And again, these are regions in those three Balkan countries. We have two main research questions. The first one is to find out what are the common strengths and the common weaknesses in these three regions regarding the website content, of course, and then how these three regions, how the digital strategies actually of the wineries in these three regions differentiate from each other. Our research design is based on a mixed method approach. It was actually content analysis of winery websites, which was quantified mainly using shares, percentages of wineries that have adopted or that display certain features. And then we went to a more in-depth qualitative exploration of the websites to highlight some examples of best practices. And
And these are the three regions actually. In Greece, we focused on the North region, and we have 16. These are actually all the wineries that are open to the public in the region, 16 ones. Then the Struma Valley, this is the red region in Bulgaria, in the southwestern part of Bulgaria. And we've got 14 wineries from there. Again, these are all the wineries. And then we have from North Macedonia, the Kuvardare region. Kuvardare, it's called like that because this is the biggest river that flows through that region, it's the Varda River. And from there we've got 13 wineries. Okay, and there will be now a brief overview about the three regions, and Maria will present the Greek one.
Actually, what I missed to say in my previous presentation was the fact that there are many indigenous grape varieties, and especially small and family-owned wineries in Greece have invented in those varieties. And I think that part of the wine tourism terroir of Greece is attributed to this fact. Of course, we cannot purport to be a mature destination like other old world wine destinations, but compared to the other two research regions, yes, Nausa is more mature in terms of the talc model.
Okay, and moving on to Bulgaria, I would like to have at least 3 hours to talk about Bulgaria and its wine tourism, but I only have 30 seconds, I guess. So this is a typical example, I think, of an emerging wine tourism destination. I'm sure actually it's a very interesting case study, Bulgaria for wine tourism, because it has a very interesting wine production history. It has a long tradition since ancient times, since the times of the Thracians, actually. Well then, back in the previous century, in the 1970s, Bulgaria consistently, for about a decade, ranked among the top 5 wine exporters in the world. Then with the change of the system after the Iron Curtain fell down, there was unfortunately a collapse of wine production in the country, a whole restructuring of the industry, but now there is a very good change because a lot of new wineries opening, and most of them are small or medium or family-owned wineries with really a focus on quality and with a lot of efforts being put on developing wine tourism. And then the colleague will present North Macedonia.
All right, the changes are visible all over the Balkans in terms of wine tourism development. In terms of the wine tourism in North Macedonia, I have to say that we can refer to North Macedonia as a hidden gem in the Balkan wine tourism scene, because we have like a very long tradition in homemaking wines and as well wine industry, and nowadays we try to implement some innovation, especially protecting our indigenous wines, for example from the Vranec grape. We try to use some of the modern technologies, especially digital platforms and digital visibility, in order to market more, because our marketing, it's maybe not our best side already so far. So the wineries, we can say that they're in their early stage of wine tourism development, but they are very competitive. I mean, they want to reach another level of the development. I wasn't able to bring some wines and to make you sure that our wines are good, but you're very welcome in North Macedonia, Bulgaria and Greece to try.
Okay, so what I find especially valuable about this research, because it's the fact that we are not only comparing 3 neighboring regions, but 3 types of destinations. On the one hand, Greece, with its established reputation, is a more mature wine destination. starting with information of features and speaking about commonalities and differences between the regions. All three regions were found to perform really well in providing basic information, which means contact details, address, phone of the winery, and so forth. For all three regions, that was above 90%. I think for Bulgaria, it was even 100%. Well, the weaknesses, the weak points actually across all three regions were newsletters and information on visiting hours, which is quite an important information, and customized experiences. And then there were some significant differences too, and by significant differences we meant differences that are higher than 25% point. And the main differences actually are for North Macedonia. It just put apart from the other two regions in displaying the winery history and also photos of wine tourism activities. Then Greece was found to provide the highest percentage of information and photos of people of the winery. And usually these were the owners, the winemakers, and it was again much related to history. Then a very weak point of Greek wineries, I mean at least on the websites of course, because this is what we were researching, is almost no information on tourism packages and visiting instructions. Then in Bulgaria, regional maps were featured more prominently, and this also refers to North Macedonian websites. Then moving on to the interactive features on the winery websites. As social media links are concerned, they were present in almost all, actually in all Bulgarian and North Macedonian websites, but, and this is a striking difference, only about half of the Greek websites actually had the social media links. Then contact forms were present on almost on wineries, but in different degrees. And then a very weak point in this group, the interactive communication, is club membership options. We see enormous differences in transactional features. So while Bulgaria was found to be the leader with a lot of websites offering online reservations for wine tourism, for visits, in the winery and online sales of wine, Greece was actually on the other extreme, and none of these transactional features were present on the websites. North Macedonia was somewhere in between. And then the last group is the integrative features. Well, the strong feature of Greece here is providing information about wine destination. Yet, it is just that it outperforms the other two regions, but the percentage is not very high. I mean, 55. But there were no peripheral products seen, and Bulgaria had a moderate presence of company links, which here means showing partnerships and networks and so on, while North Macedonia performed better in offering peripheral products. And then moving again to some kind of conclusions about the profiles of the three countries in terms of the digital strategies that they display on their websites.
So interestingly, while there is a strong presence in Facebook posts and the wineries' websites in terms of people of the winery, and also links to the destination, many references about Nausa apart from the winery. There are no transactional features. Despite the pandemic crisis, very, very few wineries in Greece in general have developed online sales or booking reservation systems in their websites. And it seems that Greek wineries are mostly dependent on traditional tourism facilities. They have developed tasting rooms and the outdoor spaces in order to welcome visitors. But if you try to get contact through their websites about wine tourism, you'll see very few things. As a Greek person, being born and raised in northern Greece, I consider Nausa as the most mature wine tourism destination of my country, and I know that if I go to Nausa, there are plenty of wineries that I can visit, and wine tourism is definitely among our preferences. But if you come from abroad and you need to find some extra information, this is not the option, unfortunately. This is something they need to develop.
My first impression when I had a look at the wineries as a foreigner, I mean I'm Bulgarian, was, is there actually wine tourism in Nausa? This is the impression you get when you go to check the
It's contradictory. A very good example, exception, I would say, is Ktima Kyriani. Yannis Boutaris is the father of wine tourism in Greece. He was also the mayor of Thessaloniki. In the photo you can see his son, Stelios. It is the first winery that has joined the International Association of Sustainable Wineries, IWCA. And they offer plenty of facilities, and they really work very well in terms of wine tourism.
Yes.
This is also an example of collaborative practices. I'm talking about the Winemakers Association of Nausa producers. They are 22. They have developed this network, and they organize harvest events, conferences, dialogue meetings, and plenty of other festivals during the year in order to raise visitation in their region.
Okay, moving on to Bulgaria. As we already said, Bulgaria performs better in transactional features like online sales and also the social media integration. Also, Bulgarian websites of Bulgarian wineries have more information that is tourist specific and that is useful for tourists, by which I mean what are the tourism packages or the tasting packages that are offered, what's the price and so on. Well, the main weaknesses related to not including the surrounding area and the other tourism attractions, I mean no information, or at least not enough information about that, and peripheral products. And I've chosen actually two examples of best practices from three Bulgarian wineries here, and the first one is simply a virtual tour, not something quite new, but still rarely seen on winery websites. And what I liked especially about this was that you can actually see the wines. It's interactive, you can click and then you get information about the wine in question. Unfortunately, I think here it is in Bulgarian. And then this is the same winery. It also features a retro car museum. It's within next to the winery. And it also diversifies the offering with a lot of events, and weddings are really popular. And the other example is an example of networking and partnership between two wineries. Sorry. Okay, they offer common product. Tourists can take a bicycle from one winery and go straight to the other.
Regarding to the wineries from North Macedonia, I have to say that the advantages that we have there is the strong offering of the peripheral products. as we said before, and especially in the showcasing of the tourist activities. So everywhere you can find some photos of tourism activities, and as well you can find some offers for tourism activities which are wine related. We can say that we are satisfied as well by the online reservations and sales system, since they are active and people can do some online researches and make online reservations and sales. Our weaknesses is the links with other companies and partners, and connecting with additional information sources. So as a conclusion from here, we can say that we have to enforce our strategies about networking, especially with our collaboration with some partners especially, and enhance the information accessibility. As a good example, I took Popova Kula winery, which is in Demir Kapia. Maybe the most popular one is the Tikvish with the most production, but Popova Kula in the wine tourism sector maybe is the best one, since, as you can see from the photos, offers several and very interesting, I would say, wine related activities or rural tourism related activities. And as well, maybe this is the winery which collaborates with a lot of local institutions and local tourism providers.
Okay, the concluding remarks. It was already seen, but the best area that needs improvement, the most important area that needs improvement in all regions are the integrative features. And what was very interesting to me is that the less developed regions, I mean the emerging ones like Bulgaria and North Macedonia, actually outperformed the more mature Laos and Greece in terms of online presence and providing useful information and features to tourists. Thank you so much.
Does anyone have a question for them?
Thank you. Do you plan to do a survey on customer or website user to see if their expectation match the features you can find on the website?
That's actually very nice.
Yeah.
Yes, we might do it, but this study is only based on content analysis of websites. Yes, but it would be really interesting to see, maybe not a survey, but some other type of a study that includes the user experience, actually. Assessment of by the users.
A/B testing or that kind of.
Anyone else? If not, it is my turn, but I think that we can go to the coffee break, and after the coffee break, we will go on with the next presentations, okay? So.
Okay. Good. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Claire Lamoureux. As my name suggests, I come from France. I'm based in Bordeaux, and I'm the PhD student of Professor Tatiana Bouzdin-Chameva from Kedge Business School and Professor Vincent Memo from the Management Lab of Bordeaux University. Thank you very much for having me. I also would like to thank the former presenter this morning for their insightful comment and research. It helps a lot. Food for thought, my own research project. I work on the impact of wine tourism on the performance of wine companies. To give you a little context about this study I'm going to present, which is the conundrum it is for a loan officer to decide if they finance or not a wine tourism project for a winery. Why is financing wine tourism so critical? It's because the wineries are more and more encouraged to get involved into wine tourism, but it requires, most of the time, a lot of extra resources, human resources, time, energy, but also money. And the question of financing a wine tourism project can be a yes or no, or a stop to a full project. And also in the results of the recent Great Wine Capital study that we ran this year with our colleague based in Germany, Professor Gergely Szanowski, we realized that there are very big differences in terms of financing wine tourism when we interview wine producers, how they finance their wine tourism project. If we look into Mainz area, 20% of these projects were financed by bank, while in France it's only 4%. By France I mean Bordeaux region, because it's the great wine capital of France. And my main reason was why? Why is it such a big difference? And why in a region like Bordeaux would depend so much on the development, of the economic development of wine industry? Banks are so reluctant to finance wine tourism. This study focuses really on the wine tourism question, but it's part of a bigger study that we run. And this article is currently submitted, and we have hopefully demonstrated that when it's about dealing with wine sector clients, bank, especially through their loan officer, they rely on what we call cultural intelligence, because wine is a cultural product. Cultural intelligence has been developed in the 2000s by Professor Eng et al. And Early. They were psychologists, and it's the capacity, the human capacity that we have or not, developed or not that developed, to understand the fact that people can be from a different culture. It's not about knowing all the cultures in the world, it's about being aware of differences in culture so you manage better the intercultural relationship. And Rockstuhl, from this cultural intelligence, developed a 4-dimension model showing how cultural intelligence is used in order to make a judgment, decision-making, and ideally impact positively the quality of the task performed by the cultural intelligent individual. And in this case, we look at how loan officer facing a wine client mobilize this cultural intelligence so they can make a better judgment and decision. But why is it important in a financial decision? There is big motivation to support and finance wine industry, especially in Bordeaux, where the economy of the region is so dependent on this industry. It's a relevant economic asset. It's clear for the European Union. Viticulture needs a lot of bank loan by just the life cycle of the product. You need finance to support the production of your wine because you have only one harvest a year, and you can only sell your wine after almost 1 year of aging. So during that time, you need to be able to carry your stock. There's a cultural dimension in wine production and lifestyles, and this is where already we can touch to the subjective part of the lending decision. Being a loan officer of a prestigious chateau in Bordeaux is not the same than being the loan officer of a small independent business. And as well, it's been recognized that wineries have a strong resilience to payment failure because of their loan structure and because they have assets, okay? So if I'm in trouble to pay my monthly payment, maybe I can destock. Maybe I can sell a piece of land. So I can liquefy assets. But the problem is that all the guarantee that the bank used to use in order to manage the risk of their loan commitment is impacted by some new specific risk. The new risks are the wine market competitiveness, the reduction of alcohol consumption at the global level. The European winery debt is increasing while their result is decreasing. So it's not a comfortable situation. And also global warming directly affects the quantity and the quality of the production. Stock is one of the biggest guarantee for a loan officer in order to finance a winery. And this is where, when you face all these, I would say, extra financial information, that you need to be able to capture your client culture in order to manage your risk better. And that's what we call the soft information collection. So we run an interdisciplinary literature review. On one side, we have all the good things provided by wine tourism, meaning showing how we should support such a development and the diversification of the activity for wineries. But if we look at lending decision literature, we realize that a lot of risk models are based on accounting indicators. So that's what we call hard information, tangible information. But there's a big human part in the lending decision. Even if more and more information is available, then it still involves human capital. It's still based on the intuition. Because again, for loan officers, wineries represent a big market that they can't really go without, but it also comes with a lot of risk. And soft information as well that has to be collected. Aceturo et al. Is a really recent publication, and it talks about how the cultural proximity between bank and client help defining a better loan. So my research question is very simple. What are the components of the loan officer's lending decision when financing a wine tourism project for a winery? And for this, we interviewed 20 loan officers with a wine portfolio from 4 banks in border region. This way, we were covering by the market of these 4 banks, 95% of the wine market of the region. I wish we could interview international loan officers as well, but getting your hands on a loan officer is something very tricky. These guys, they don't want to talk to you, they don't want to share their information, they don't want to share, especially their secret recipe. And they're most of the time covered by confidentiality. In those interviews, we explore soft skills in general, and this is where we develop the idea that cultural intelligence can be part of the lending decision. But I will really focus on the part of the interview talking about wine tourism, and basically ask them, what is your opinion on wine tourism? Do you like it or not? If you don't like it, maybe you have your reasons, and maybe that's the reason why you don't finance it. Have you been asked to finance such a project? What are the key points when looking at a wine tourism project? My secret goal here was to get a list of accounting information, but they didn't give it to me. So that's the coding version. Very divided opinion on wine tourism. On one hand, we have the super enthusiastic about wine tourism. Yes, I like it. Such a good idea. It brings creativity. It's something we need, some new blood in the wine economy that is a bit struggling right now. Others, I can't really tell you. I don't know. Meaning I don't understand wine tourism. So that's the reason why it's very hard for me to evaluate it. And others are just like, no, return on investment is too low, too risky. So we end up as well sorting out the hard information that they collect when studying a wine tourism project. Building renovation, okay, that's a direct cost, how much it will cost me to renovate. Turnover with a B&B activity, this I can understand. That's number and figures. But even the hard information, it's very important for them to cross-check this information. It's not because a client comes with you with data that this data is necessarily true, especially, I would say, agriculture and rural area data they're not the best at keeping their books in line. So, a lot of soft information is needed in order to make the best decision. And in conclusion, to go back to the main topic, cultural intelligence in lending decision is very important in the decision on financing wine sector in general, wine tourism especially. But if we focus on wine tourism, despite sometimes positive opinion on wine tourism, very few projects are financed, and most of the time they are self-funded by the company, because wine tourism financing requires a solid, reliable financial situation in the first place. Basically, we only give money to the wealthy one. They complain a lot about the lack of financial information on wine tourism. We don't have any profitability model. They don't understand wine tourism project, and there's a big part of the subjective appreciation on the personality and the potential of the winery managers. So it becomes a really one-to-one relationship. For the managerial implication, that means that for loan officer and bank, it's very important for them to start to sort out their soft information in order to bring more analysis, relevance to it. Formalize this gathering will also support the development of a better prediction model of failure. And for the winery managers, important to keep in mind that transparency with your banker is key, even if you are always scared to be judged. And wine tourism profitability must be monitored. That's my bias. I'm a financial decision lecturer. So I always told my students, go back to these three principles. A project in your company should be independent from the rest of the activity of your company. Revenues should be independent. And finally, you should consider the profitability outside of the financing mean you go for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I actually have two questions. First, I would like to start. You mentioned the high level of indebtedness of the wine sector in Bordeaux region. Do you have an idea of the numbers? What should be, for example, the average ratio, debt to EBITDA ratio of the wine companies? Do you have an idea, or?
I don't have an average.
Or the range could be just.
In the IRS reports, I think I know that the ratio was increasing 4%, coming from around 45. We are highly debt.
Okay. No, I mentioned debt to EBITDA. That's you don't have it, but okay. Okay. Thank you. Sure. But okay. The second question relates to the financing of the wine tourism. You mentioned that due to the lack of information, it's very difficult to build a reliable financial model. Are you saying that most of the borrowers would request non-recourse financing, that is, they are not offering full recourse to their main assets, to the wine assets, or the trend is just to use the the bulk of the assets that the company, wine producer, for example, possesses to collateralize the.
It's hard to tell. There's one side of the story from the loan officers where they request more information that the borrowers can't provide, and they tend not to trust that much business plan when there is one. And as well, there is a lack of formalism in the data coming from the borrowers. So I would say that's the two-side problem in the relationship. But I'm not sure if that was your...
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you very much.
Any other question? If not, we move on. Thank you very much, Clara. And the next one would be Eric Wolf with his key research paper called Cuenca, Ecuador, a gastronomy destination doing everything right.
this the clicker? Great. Oh, okay.
Don't worry. No worries.
Excellent. Okay, there we go. So when I saw the topics that were on the agenda for the conference, I started to panic because everyone was talking about wine tourism, and I was going to talk about a case study of Cuenca, Ecuador, which is a fascinating study. But then I realized, you know what, I think that the audience would benefit from connecting a little bit more wine and food together. And then we'll get to Cuenca in the end, but Cuenca in the context of certifying destinations and the value that a certification gives to a destination. And then we'll tie it all together in the sustainability theme. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll understand more about the importance, the absolute essential connection between wine and food, why certifying a destination is interesting and beneficial for a destination, and then how it also can support sustainability. So first, I'd like to ask you, the destinations on the left compared with the destinations on the right, what's the difference? What's one major difference? You probably know. You don't know?
Yes,
No?
I mean, I think everybody knows. We all know the ones on the left, and maybe we haven't heard about the ones.
So the ones on the left are more famous?
Yeah, more famous.
Okay, that's better marketing? Okay. What is it?
Established versus emerging.
Established versus emerging. You know, these are all valid comments. You're right. What I was going for, what I was hoping the answer would be, is that the ones on the left also have a very good food scene, and the ones on the right, not so much. Right. So before we get started, I'd like to share with you a little bit of research that we published in 2020. We used to do this report every 5 years, and we're going to stop doing it. We're not going to do it anymore because it's simply too expensive to produce, and a lot of private companies now are doing their own food tourism reports. So anyway, this came out in the middle of 2020, but the research is still quite excellent. So first of all, when we talk about food and beverage travelers, let's really focus in on wine and beer. Those are the two major categories within food and beverage tourism. And in our research, we looked and asked people, so have you participated in one of these types of experiences in the last 2 years when you traveled? So 59% of culinary travelers, and I don't have time to explain the definition of culinary travelers, but trust me. So 59% of culinary travelers are beverage travelers. That means that they were motivated to travel because of a beverage product. That's a pretty high number. Here's some data that shows the comparison among different countries, and it's really quite interesting to see that in places like China and Mexico, they are favoring more beer, whereas in places like France and Canada, they're favoring more wine. And actually, the data did show that there's a lot of crossover as well. So people who might call themselves a wine traveler also enjoyed beer, and vice versa. And then you also have the complication of couples who travel together, and one of them might be more a beer drinker and the other might be more of a wine drinker, so they have to compromise and they end up doing both. Oops, missed one there. Okay, just a little bit more interesting data for you to see how this breaks down a little bit, some of the motivations in choosing destinations. Right. So when we look at the value proposition of a destination, whether it's just a winery standing on its own, or if it is a winery in a region like the Willamette Valley of Oregon, which is very close to where I'm from, or a place like Napa, California, that has great restaurants as well as great wineries all in one location. When you have both food and wine together, all of a sudden, an amazing thing happens. People will stay longer. They'll spend more money. the destination becomes sexier. It becomes a place that it's more of a destination. So it's not really a drive-by anymore. You're not just stopping to stop in at the winery, have a taste, and move on. There's probably going to be hotels there as well. And now we're talking about greater economic impact. So there's more jobs, more money is being spent, and governments are happy because more taxes are being collected as well. This also lends to greater marketing, greater word-of-mouth promotion, which is the most effective and least expensive kind of promotion. So you go to a winery, you have an amazing tasting, photos are shared on social media, then you find a wonderful little cafe down the road with fantastic food, more photos are shared on social media, your friends see what you're doing, they're jealous, and they want to do this exact same thing, and so the wheel of word-of-mouth starts to turn. So it's quite a wonderful synergistic relationship. Now, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about destination certification using Cuenca, Ecuador as a case study. So you might wonder, why would a destination even bother getting certified as a culinary destination or as a wine destination or as a sustainable destination or as a green destination? Why would a destination go to the trouble to do something like that? Well, there's a lot of benefits that a destination can enjoy. Here are some fantastic citations from organizations like UNESCO, SCIFT, two from UNESCO there. You're talking increased tourism numbers, increased spending, greater awareness, larger number of bookings as well. There are a lot of positive benefits when a destination can claim a certain kind of certification. So Cuenca, Ecuador applied to our Culinary Capitals program at the end of last year. And Culinary Capitals is a program that recognizes secondary and tertiary destinations that are kind of off the map that people really haven't heard about or are not that familiar with. And they applied and they got accepted. And so we're going to use them as a case study because they really did a number of amazing things. So have you heard the expression, a perfect storm? A few of you have, yeah. It's when all the conditions are right that this huge storm can develop. Well, the same kind of thing happened here with Cuenca. They had everything right. It's like going to Las Vegas and the slot machine comes up all pineapples or all cherries or all sevens. You win. So Cuenca had, and this is what blew me away, they had almost 500 years of culinary development. And from places not just from Spain, but from the indigenous peoples, from places like France and Switzerland and Germany as well, from immigrants. And all of this contributed to the culinary scene that we know today in Cuenca. So there were all of those different influences. Now, Cuenca was also called a UNESCO Heritage Site in 1999. So that was a great triumph for them. Now, there's also a lot of agriculture being grown in the area. Cuenca is in the mountains. It's about 3 or 4 hours from the Pacific Ocean. It has different climate zones. It has different altitudes as well. And because of that, and then lots of rivers and lots of rain, so there's a very rich agriculture there, and there has been for thousands of years. So that's another wonderful benefit. The resources are there, the history was there, and now, fast forward to today, we have the support from the local government, the local mayor's office, the restaurant association, and 51 organizations in the Cuenca area that said, yes, we believe in this. And those kinds of organizations are things like tour operator associations. I mentioned the restaurant association, of course, that's a big one. Individual businesses like Pacari Chocolate. Have you heard of Pacari Chocolate? Really? Okay. You need to check this out. Pacari is one of the best chocolates in the world. It is absolutely fantastic. And they recently, a few years ago, changed the spelling of their brand, which is something you should never do, but anyway, they did. And now it's spelled with 2 C's instead of 1. But they grow a lot of cacao in Ecuador, and they're very conscientious about how they harvest the cocoa, how they support the farmers, the sustainability that goes into it. They pay fair wages and so on. And they've been written up in magazines about being the most ethical chocolate company in the world. And then when they compare it to companies like Cadbury or Mars or some of the bigger chocolate companies, which even have dealings with arms traders, I mean, this blew my mind to read about this, that how could Mars confectionery company have dealings with armed traders and weapons and so on. But they went and they did all the analysis, but Pacari Chocolate was at the top of the list as being the most ethical chocolate company in the world. Anyway, these are the kinds of businesses that Cuenca had. So in their application packet, it was 94 pages, and it was like reading a best practices application. Everything that could have been done right was done right. So they used both text and images. They showed things the reader would not know. There were also a lot of indigenous words, say Incan words or other native people words for things that we as the readers did not know. And that was one piece of feedback that we gave them, was when you use certain words, even native Spanish speakers don't know these words. So you need to define some of those words for the visitor. But in any case, you can see here a lot of agriculture, a lot of dishes, even cooking techniques and utensils. So a lot of that looks really tasty, and it makes you want to go. Here's some more examples. Now in the lower left here, you'll see those are cookery books. And one of them, I think it's the second one from the left, is one of the ones that's several hundred years old. And they went back, and I've seen the pages from this book. It's amazing to see the old writing and talking about the French influence. It's absolutely fascinating to read about it. And then the next one over here is safeguarding their food heritage. And so here's a close-up of that. So they're actually working with UNESCO guidelines, and they have registered a culinary heritage system, a cultural heritage system. They call it SIPSI. I think they should call it SPICE instead. It would make more sense. But anyway, here, and they document everything about the product. And they have this for hundreds of products in the area. Absolutely fascinating. And they provided evidence in their application packet of things like this. And this is the level of detail that a destination can and should go to document its culinary heritage. We're talking, apart from the destination certification, we're talking about preservation of the culinary heritage, which is extremely important, especially when you talk about sustainability. Whoops. Okay. So since Cuenca received its certification from our association in January, we've been able to accomplish the 10 things here. After the certification was awarded, we had a ceremony in Madrid at a conference called FITUR, which is a large conference for the Spanish-speaking world. You get a lot of people from Latin America there as well. So we had a big show for that. Of course, we had to do all the obligatory photo shoots with the mayor, shaking hands, and even though there was nothing there, just shake her hand and smile, and I love it. It's fantastic. We launched a dedicated webpage to promote Cuenca. We announced it to journalists. Of course, there were social media posts as well. I went down and we did site visits. So they toured me around the area and was able to experience things myself. And because of these site visits, those then led to meetings, planning meetings, about things that the Restaurant Association or the tourist office could do based on the meetings that we had. And then, if you'd like, you could listen to our podcast from Daniel Contreras there. He has a restaurant called Dos Sucres. Sucres is the former currency of Ecuador. They now use the US dollar, but it used to be called the Sucre. And if you go to podcast.worldfoodtravel.org, you'll see Daniel's podcast there is number 69. And you can also just look it up on Spotify. Just go to Taste of Place podcast on Spotify. Anyway, so there are other organizations that certify destinations as well. And I'm talking only about culinary certifications here. I'm not talking about sustainability or organic or anything else. So obviously UNESCO, they have their Creative Cities of Gastronomy. I was actually on the review panel for this program from about 2012 to 2014. So I know what goes into it. And I had some issues about how it was operated, and I didn't feel comfortable with the process that they were going through. So I actually resigned from that. But now I know how they do their program. Then there's an organization called IGCAT, which is a small organization. They're based outside of Barcelona, and they connect tourism with things like art and other cultural aspects. And they have good programs. The programs do tend to be rather expensive, though, and a lot of destinations can't afford them. Then you have our Culinary Capitals program, which I mentioned, and it's really, it's a great program for destinations that want a quick impact and don't have a lot of extra money to spend. And then there's the Delice Network, based in Lyon, France, and they also do have an interesting program, but it's really more about knowledge sharing and sharing of professionals and things like that. It's not really so much a destination certification. And those are kind of it in the world when it comes to destination certifications. I'm not talking about awards that are given out in a lot of different awards forums that it's really more of a popularity contest or who pays more. Now, our program, or well, really, any destination certification program, we talked about the economic benefits that a destination could expect. So that is the one prong. There's three prongs when you talk about sustainability: economic, sociocultural, and environmental. And a lot of times people just focus on the environmental, but you are all smart people and you know that there's much more than environmental to sustainability, but the average consumer doesn't necessarily think about that. So the first prong is the economic benefits that a destination sees. The environmental benefits, because this is then now raised to the top and people start looking at things like food waste, farming, reduction of agricultural pesticides and so on, and then the sociocultural aspect as well. So remember, we talked before, the bright idea here is that the destination can benefit from these 5 major areas when they get certified. By any of these certifications from these different organizations that I talked about can have a similar effect. It's the effect of the certifying process. So what Cuenca then realized because of their certification, they achieved greater international visibility of both the city and the region. And then this year, they're expecting to triple their visitor arrivals. So they got this certification at the beginning of January, and they started promoting it immediately. And already, they're expecting 3 times the number of visitors. And what I thought was really important and significant, and the thing that I think makes Cuenca's certification stand out in a huge way, is the impact and the attention that is put on the contribution of women, the contribution of indigenous people, and then the local pride. Because when the Cuencanos, I think they're called, when they got this certification, the city was so excited. Everyone was so excited and so proud that they could achieve this. And so now everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about what they can do next. They have chefs that have the insignia on their jackets, and they go to events now, and they proudly show that they're a culinary capital. But I think that you don't always see these certification programs that put forward and emphasize and celebrate the contribution of women and indigenous people. And they did a really good job of that. And I think that is it. So, what questions can I answer for you? Nothing? Everyone's an expert? Okay. All right, so what I would encourage you, the takeaways that I would encourage you to remember are to always try and connect food with wine in what you're talking about. And in the presentations I've listened to, I have not really heard that much mention of food. And I think that it would be important to look at what wineries have restaurants with them or nearby. How many restaurants per square kilometers, restaurants of a certain quality in a certain square kilometer. I'm not talking about Michelin restaurants either. There is a certain cachet or a certain positioning that happens when you start talking about Michelin. And that's the kind of thing that you'll see in Napa Valley that is very elitist, snobby. There's only a certain number of people that can't afford to go to places like that or who want to even go to restaurants like that. The vast majority of the world is not interested in that kind of food. We have something called psychoculinary profiling in our association. We introduced this in 2010, and we have used it in every research project research report that has been published ever since. So we had major research in 2007, 2010, 2013, 2016, and 2020. And we've confirmed this every time, that the percentage of consumers interested in gourmet experiences is always a minority. We have 13 of these psychoculinary profiles. One is gourmet, and I think in the past 14 years, it's moved up from number 9 to number 8 on the list of 13. So that every time it proves itself that people are interested in authentic, localist, any of those other kinds of experiences. The gourmet, I'm not saying gourmet is bad. I'm saying it's for a very, very small number of people. And this is another challenge that we see in a lot of destinations that are trying to get a Michelin guide for themselves. So you have lots of places in Asia, Singapore, Thailand, Korea, and it looks like Philippines is on its way to paying several million euros to Michelin to produce a food guide for that destination. You have a place like Latvia here in Europe that paid 150,000 euros to do a study of what they should do with a Michelin guide if they were to do one for Latvia. And they only had 29 restaurants of marketable quality that they recognized in the country. So I would say that that probably was not money well spent. But I would have to caution any destination that starts to pursue a gourmet path to really reconsider their approach. I don't think it's the right strategy. The best example of this is Peru. Many years ago, Peru started to promote all of its high-end restaurants in Lima. And I think they had one Michelin restaurant or maybe two, and then other nice gourmet restaurants followed. And yeah, they're great restaurants, but I would argue that the Mistura event has done more to bring tourists and raise the awareness of Peruvian cuisine to the country than these restaurants in Lima. Then we did an economic impact analysis. We did it for Prom Peru, the tourism office. We weren't hired by them, but we decided, well, we're going to do this because they haven't done it or they haven't made the data public, so we're going to do our own. And we figured out that it was something like 0.00004% of total visitor spending in Peru was on these restaurants. So you have tens of millions of dollars being spent to promote gourmet dining in Lima. What about other places throughout Peru? It's the street food, it's the festivals, it's the local people, it's the stand there that they're selling empanadas, right? It's those kinds of people that the visitors want. So I would encourage you when you're talking about wine to really bring it all together and look at the overall holistic experience with the food as well. Then think about destination certifications, the additional impact that a destination can enjoy from more jobs, more revenue, more taxes, and so on. Maybe it's worth that being done for a destination, but I give you the caveat to not necessarily go down the gourmet path. If it warrants it, if it's truly a gourmet destination, like a Dubai, like a San Francisco, like a Napa Valley, okay, fine, you've earned it, you're gourmet, we get it. But don't try to, we say in English, don't try to put a round peg into a square hole, because it doesn't fit. And then the last bit here is that when you celebrate cuisine at this level and document the cultural heritage there for preservation and posterity, then you're talking about one of the best impacts of sustainability that you could have. Thank you.
Congratulations for the great presentation. Just to share the Greek experience in terms of gastronomy, we have some very, very specific cases where winemakers developed restaurants, not dining facilities, but restaurants inside the winery. These 3 or 4 cases all over Greece did not go very well in terms of efficiency. However, in cases where restaurants already existed in the wine region and they created synergies with wineries and multiplier effects, these cases, in terms of social sustainability, are much more successful. I don't know what's your opinion.
Thank you for that example, and it's very interesting to hear that. It makes me think of restaurants and hotels. And in some places in the world, hotel restaurants are great, like in many places in Asia or Switzerland, for example. And then in other places in the world, hotel restaurants suck, like in the United States. Never have a breakfast at an American hotel, really. Just skip it completely. It is that bad. But what I think is happening here is you have a business that says, oh, we can make some extra money. So they'll just put together whatever, okay, well, we'll use this area for the restaurant, and maybe they don't have a dedicated chef. Maybe it's just a cook. Maybe they're purchasing all the products from the frozen food service companies that bring them in once a week, and you unload the truck and everything's frozen and they put them into the freezers. There is a resort type property near where I live, north of here, and I know someone who used to work there, and he said that they buy all of their food, wait for it, at Lidl. They bring in the food from Lidl, and so the fish you have in the restaurant is from Lidl, if you can believe that. So I think that you might have some of that happening where they're just trying to make some money and not thinking about it. And then the other people who have been there for a while, that's their business, that's their life. They probably have family recipes and they've been doing this for a long time. They're experts. They're using crops that are grown behind the restaurant. It's a different experience, largely. Unless the winery really thinks about it and gets it right, that's probably what's happening.
These are not the examples I'm referring to. In the Greek case, some of the best Greek wineries developed restaurants. They brought the best chefs, but the one was in Santorini, and she came to work in Nausa, in the mainland of northern Greece, which is another terroir. I'm speaking in terms of terroir, including people into this term. Maybe this is the reason.
Of course, it's hard to make a comment without looking at all the facts, but sometimes, you have a lot of local people supporting these businesses, especially in off-season, and maybe the feeling was, well, why are you bringing a chef from Santorini to northern Greece? It doesn't make sense. Let's have a local chef, local products, and so on. There was probably a disconnect, and that's probably what happened. That's just my guess.
Just a similar example, but in this direction, an example from Bulgaria. In the region that we were presenting, we have several very successful companies that offer a winery, restaurant, hotel, spa center. They are whole complex. And in this case, restaurants are very successful, but because it's the business started like a hotel and restaurant, and maybe a spa. And then the winery was an addition, as an addition to this, and they are very successful. But it's a different mode of development, so to say, of the product. Yes.
Any other questions?
Maybe a comment related with your questions. Each country can follow an own way, an own path, because my experience, for example, Catena Zapata Group, one of the most important in the world, has a fantastic restaurant, Zucardi too, but they contribute with the others players in the region. There is not one recipe to do this. If you go to Tuscany, maybe in Chianti, you have the road of Chianti, and you have wineries with fantastic restaurants, but a lot of another initiatives or business related with this that are very well. Each region, each culture have to develop his own way, is my opinion. Especially Greece, that is so fantastic food.
Thank you. Since I'm very into the food and wine pairing, what's the example of Ecuador or Cuenca of food and wine pairing? Are there some researches made on this? Or, when it comes to the pairing, I refer to the local wines and the locally produced the national food. Are there some good examples of this? Maybe not in Cuenca, maybe somewhere else where you've made some researches.
Well, I can tell you in Cuenca, they don't grow grapes there. They don't really have wine production. So that's why I had to do a different part of the first part of the presentation. Ecuador does grow grapes, and they do have wines. And we had a bottle of wine at a restaurant that was absolutely fantastic, but you would never find it for sale in a store. You could not buy it. You cannot. It's not exported. There's a lot of examples of these kinds of wines around the world. They're all boutique wineries. I think the price was 50 or 60 US dollars for the bottle, which is unheard of in Ecuador. I mean, that's just, it's crazy, right? It would probably be 200 euros here if it ever got to Europe. But it was a great wine. And what they do instead, they do have beer. They do have other drinks that are non-alcoholic. There's one made with corn, other different drinks. Coffee is really big in Ecuador, and they have a coffee bean production. And I think Ecuador has some of the best coffee in the world, like their cocoa product as well. So sometimes you'll see coffee pairings, sometimes you'll see chocolate pairings with different varietals of cocoa bean. So they're doing different things with what they have. And rather than bringing in wine, which is not sustainable, to fly in wines from France or somewhere. In fact, someone was just asking me, it was Bhutan, the country of Bhutan. I was talking to their leadership, and they were just talking about a wine program that they just launched in the Kingdom of Bhutan. And I was reading about the program, and they brought in wines from France and Italy and so on. And I wrote them and I said, "Do you have beer production in Bhutan?" "Yes, we do." "Okay, why are you bringing in these wines?" And they said, "Because we want to be positioned as a high-end destination for gastronomy." And I said, "Yeah, but that's not really who you are. Be true to yourself." And we've done work in Nepal as well, and celebrate the local people. And in Nepal, it's the Nawari people. I don't know what they're called in Bhutan, the locals, but celebrate that. And if you have to use an alcoholic product, use beer instead. But just because you have someone who's put together some stuff and put a French wine with it doesn't make it cuisine. And in fact, I don't know of how much chef talent they have either in Bhutan. And I think that's your first step, is to get the culinary talent right. So you have some destinations that I won't name, have a lot of cooks in the kitchen who might have learned from other cooks or maybe something from mom or grandma, but they're not chefs. They don't necessarily have that creativity. And sometimes I'll see pictures, you see things that people share on Facebook, and some of it's like, really? Are you serious? You're serving that to people? Hot tuna, something. I mean, don't heat tuna, But I think there seems to be a feeling like the taller the food, the better it is. We don't need towers of food. Just make it good, clean, simple. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily try and force the pairings, or pair with what you can.
It's better to, I don't know, like to pair the local beverages, not wine, for example, because every culture has, I guess, some elements that can be paired, and this could be used for tourism strategy in the future.
Also, keep in mind that not everybody drinks alcohol, and there is a trend to having, Americans always want to do the latest trends. So sober vacations. Oh, we're going to go to Jamaica. We're not going to drink. Good for you. We don't need to know about that. But I do think that people are enjoying less alcohol in general. And of course, you have Muslim travelers who are not going to be having any alcohol at all. So I think there does need to be an alcohol-free strategy woven into many destinations. I think we're probably up on time.
Thank you very much, Erika. And now, Andrea Elena Fota, we will go on with the analysis of innovation in the Alicante wine sector from a relational competence-based approach.
Javier, ¿dónde yo pongo en el ordenador? Este. You know where this goes? Para hacer clic.
Perfecto, en que lo pongas.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Eric, súper bien. Enhorabuena. ¿Quieres que te ayude? Aquí. Creo que estaba por aquí, ¿no? Tú...
¿Tu presentación era?
Está en USB. Sí, esta, la primera.
Vale, entonces creo que es algo así como...
I don't know. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrea Fota, and I will try to give you an overview, a global overview about this study, which was performed with my colleagues, Manuel Expósito Langa and José Vicente Tomás Miquel. We all belong to Polytechnical University of Valencia, Alcoy campus. The presentation is divided in all these parts, but I will try to be brief and clear. And it attempts to provide a global overview of the study conducted. First of all, I would like to highlight that this work addresses three elements that consistently contribute to improving the competitiveness of companies. And these three elements are relational competence, innovation, and relationship portfolio. The study of interfirms relationships continues to be a topic of interest in the literature of strategic management, and different works have emphasized the importance of these relationships as an external source of beneficial resources for the innovation process and the improvement of the company's performance. Because of the absence of the studies, because of the absence of studies that link these three variables, we have proposed an integrative model which pursues, on the one hand, to analyze the influence of the relationship portfolio on the innovation, and to study the mediating role of the relational competence on the link aforementioned. Anyway, the theoretical framework was constructed around the three variables. First of all, was innovation. As you probably know, innovation has been widely studied along the literature, and it is recognized for its value creation, sustainable competitive advantages, and business success. We considered for this study these four types of innovation, and following the Oslo Manual, we considered to join product and process innovation in one construct. Then we have the relationship portfolio, which refers to the links that the company has, the connection with other companies in the environment studied, okay? And in the business realm, portfolio relationships, it's related to several theories which emphasize the strategic nature of interfirm relationships. And finally, we have the relation competence, which is defined as the ability of a company to effectively generate, develop, and manage both its individual relationships and the network of its relationships. After revising the literature on this concept, this relation competence should be considered a strategic resource of the company to access resources in a network context. To study the relationships between the variables discussed, we proposed this model that captures both the direct link between relational portfolio and the three types of innovation, but also it captures the mediating role of relational competence. And we have proposed this hypothesis, which refers to the direct and the mediating role of relational competence. The study has been carried out in the wine region of Alicante, more specifically among the group of wineries affiliated with the PDO Alicante. The image shows the production areas with PDO Alicante, and in this image you have some some data about the current situation of the PDO, of this PDO. So the population of our study is formed by the 45 wineries from PDO Alicante. We used the questionnaire and the interview to gather the information. We also used some database like SABI and INE, which is the national statistical database of Spain. We had a response rate of 100%, and we applied PLS-SEM analysis. And the table contains the variables, the numbers of items of each one, and the source of the scales. So the model evaluation was conducted in several phases following these structures, and once all these aspects were assessed, it was possible to conclude whether the hypotheses were accepted or rejected. Here for the relational portfolio, we created a knowledge network in order to check the links that every winery has within the network formed by the 45 wineries. Each node symbolizes a winery, and each arrow represents a transmission of knowledge from one winery as source to another winery as destination. Structurally, the network has a density of 6%, and on average, each winery has 2.65 links, 62 links per node. We evaluated the quality of the overall model fit with these indicators, and the values obtained show that the model has a good fit and it can be not rejected. So we followed with our analysis. About the measurement model, I brought you this table which resumes all the values, and this table shows that the model presents satisfactory results in terms of convergent validity, reliability, and discriminant validity. Regarding the structural model, we checked all the previous pieces that I showed you before, and the results show that the values obtained for the direct relationships, which are in this table, are the path coefficients, are positive. So these align in sign with the hypothesis. Then, if we look at the 95% confidence interval, the bold ones, we could see that those intervals don't contain the value 0. So the direct connections are significant. And with this, the three first hypotheses are confirmed. Anyway, this situation is not valid for the control variables like age and size, as the interval of confidence contains the value 0. Continue with the structural model. We checked the predictive quality of the model, and the values show that relational competence has a medium level of influence on the innovation. As you can see, the bold values in the central table. And finally, we checked on the mediation effect, which was one of our objectives. And we first saw that the 95 confidence interval no interval of confidence contained the value 0, which is good for our model. This means that both direct and indirect effects are significant. So this indicates that the relational competence partially mediates the relationship between relational portfolio and innovation, the three types of innovation we included in our model. Therefore, hypotheses 4, 5, and 6 are confirmed. And I would like to say that this partial mediation is also complementary, because the values of the direct and the indirect effect are positive, and the product of both of them is also positive. That's why we say that it's complementary. And this complementary partial mediation implies that the portfolio relationship influences in a positive way on the innovation, and also affects relational competence, which in turn contributes to improvement of innovation. Here you have a summary with the results. And these results have allowed us to confirm all the proposed hypotheses. And regarding the control variables, no influence was observed that could affect the studied relationships. Well, as conclusions of this study, I would like to highlight that the company's relationship with peers benefits its innovation, which is something obvious, but managing the relationship portfolio through relational competence, which is the mediating variable in our model, improves the company's innovation. So it is important to be connected with other companies, but it's more important to know how to manage those relationships in the long term in order to obtain better results in innovation. As a contribution, this study has combined into a single model 3 concepts that haven't been combined before, which reduces the gap in the literature and extended the research about them. And it also offered a better understanding of the relationship among the wineries of the PDO Alicante and the mediating effect of relational competence. This work has also permitted to come up with some recommendation, and first for decision-making managers must be aware of the cultural shift toward collaborative networking and of its benefits and challenges. They should evaluate the relation competence of their companies and dedicate effort and resources to develop it and reach a consistent management of relationship portfolio. On the other hand, for regional policymakers, these figures should generate forums and spaces for collaboration to create synergies among wineries. They should also establish mentoring programs between wineries and create collaborative platforms, both digital and physical. As limitation, we first highlight the cross-sectional nature, and it included only wineries from the PDO Alicante and the interactions among them. So to address these limitations, it would be of interest to develop a dynamic analysis to study the changing in the knowledge network over time and its effect on the results. It also would be attractive to extend the study to other PDOs, to make comparison between them, and even include other agents of the sector. And thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We were thinking about if you have already published that research paper, so we can read it, or is in process?
Is in progress.
Okay, because we are really interested in the network analysis that you have developed. Probably during the lunch we will ask you some questions. But apart from that, congratulations. And do you have any questions? If not, Cristina Feraboli will be the next one with her research, Women Entrepreneurs in Wine, Challenges and Network Support. Thank you very much for your presentation, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
It was really interesting.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to keep on the subject of relationships and network, but with a different approach now. My name is Cristina Fraboli. I'm from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. I'm a PhD student. My main subject of study is women in wine. What are the challenges that they face, and how can network support help to overcome some barriers that we face in this market? So why to study the wine industry when we talk about gender? Because it's traditionally a male-dominated industry, but we are seeing now that women are assuming different positions in these industries. And when we talk about obstacles or barriers that are related to gender, or any kind of barriers that are not related to knowledge or the background that the person has, we are talking about fairness. How to be fair when I'm evaluating and giving space to someone to entrepreneur or to assume leading positions in a market. And it's usually not because there is a lack of knowledge, but it's much more because there is some limitations that come from these characterizations that we see in the market. And then we have the role of social relations. So how, by social relations, by widening these possibilities, we can have access to resources and develop different skills and construct new behaviors and identities and even values when we talk about this market. So important to say it's a very early stage of the research, so I'm not going to show a lot of results here. But my main idea is to explore what are the challenges that women face and how can network support work as a mechanism for promoting gender equality. As the theoretical background, I'm going to explore a little bit of social capital, and then working with the network configuration, especially bonding, bridging, and linking ties. I'm not going to go too much into the theoretical approach. I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology. As I said, it's early stage development, but the first step was just to run a systematic literature review to understand what is being explored in the literature when we talk about challenges. And so it's just a literature review with addition of method ordinatio in the middle of the process, because I got a lot of papers and I had to come to a way to decide which ones would be part of the research. And then the second step is the qualitative approach, so in-depth interviews with women that are in this business, that are in these leading positions, or that are entrepreneuring in this area, and how they have worked with these challenges, and how their trajectory was a successful one in a place that is still male-dominated. What have I done here? Sorry. The idea is to compare France and Brazil, and two very different realities. We have France, the second producer of wine in the world, and when we look at wine consumption, we are talking about 46.9 liters of wine per capita per year in France, and then we look to Brazil, an emerging country when we talk about wine. So Brazil is the 15th producer, and the consumption per capita is 2.1 liters. So we are not very traditional in this market, even though it's growing through time, but we are not very traditional. And so how this question of being traditional or being emerging, how this can vary or not when we talk about these specific opportunities that are created or not for women in the market. When we look to the barriers, we go through the literature, what we can see is that the most studied one is the financial one, and it's sometimes related to having access to data, so you can prove some theories, and it's about how difficult it is to acquire financial resources, and also income inequalities when we're talking about leading positions. And this is followed by work-life balance. So for women, it's sometimes more difficult to have spatial mobility, the use of time, work-life balance, and then followed by social and cultural norms. How different aspects of a place or the environment that this entrepreneur is living can influence these opportunities. So for the second steps, what I got so far, that's why I said it's a very early stage. I got 2 interviews in France with 2 women leaders in this industry. The first one, she is director of sales of a relatively big chateau in France. She has been recognized as one of the best director of sales of the region, which is for her a very big accomplishment, according to her own words. And then the second one, she's the general director of the chateau. Both studied some engineering, because we saw from the barriers that we talk about a lot about lack of education sometimes when we talk about gender, and we see that this is not necessarily a reality. When we think about the challenges that these 2 women faced, what they have described as their biggest challenges, the first one said, well, the fact of being a mother has always been a challenge for me, because I always have to prove and understand if I'm really good at different aspects of my life, in the personal life as a mother, or in the professional life as a businesswoman. And even there are some characteristics that are the threats, our characteristics. And the first one, she mentions that sometimes her biggest challenge is not to be disappointed about herself when something doesn't go exactly the way that she would want it to be. And the second one, the general director of the Chateau, she said that one of the biggest challenges that she had faced to enter this market was to be accepted by all these men. And it was very interesting because at the end of the interview, she said, oh, you know, even she's the general director of the Chateau, and she said, oh, sometimes I still need a man by my side so I can prove that what I'm saying makes sense. So she had to hire a consultant to be next to her so her voice would be heard. And when we talk about network support, one of the ideas of my research is to understand women associations and how they can help this process. What is the network support of these two women? The first one, she reinforced many times the importance of her husband's support, so that's family support is very important to her. They work together at the Chateau, and also her in-laws, because they are also in the Chateau, how important this network support it is for her. And it was very interesting also because she said, oh, it's so nice to have two good mentors, her in-laws, with her every day. And the second one, maybe a more pragmatic person, said, well, as an organization, I love Excel. It helps me. So she has some plan sheets, and she do everything. She organizes everything. She hired full-time help, and then she was able to move on. And then finally, about associations. The first one, she is part of Ladies in Wine Association. She said it brings her interesting contacts for the business, so it's an interesting motivation to be part of an association. And then the second one, well, I don't have time for that, so I'm not part of these kind of associations, but as being part of the Chateau, I end up participating in different events. And some women, or some of their lines that I thought it was important to highlight was, the first one said, wine is art. From the very same process, the same fruits and the same place, you put two different people and they will deliver two different wines. So in a woman's vision, wine is art. And then the other one said, what I find interesting about the wine industry is that every year you build something new. So in a different way of saying, they said the same things. You have the same environment, but it's always so challenging that they have always the opportunity to create something new. So, early stage of research, my next steps. I need new interviews with female entrepreneurs in France, and start my interviews in Brazil when I go back from France. Comparing the results, maybe adding Spain in the search. Expected contributions to the field to understand even more, and maybe to understand nowadays how have these challenges changed, and how we can work towards gender equality by opening some communication channels in the industry. And that's it. Thank you.
Great presentation. I'm just curious about the culture of interview in France. It's a very hierarchical, masculine, dominant society. How that plays a role? Have you taken into consideration the impact of the culture in French society for females to survive?
That's one of the things that I want to measure, or how this traditional cultural environment impacts. One of the interviews, the second one, she said, oh, we have to understand that from history, it's male-dominated because there was a lot of difference of strength, using force, something like that, to the harvest and all the process. And then it's a process that you are going to work through time to change it. So I want to try to understand what is the difference when we get a traditional, like a long time that it has been conducted like that, and then we get Brazil that is kind of new and maybe, I don't know yet, maybe more open to different ideas because the tradition is different also there. So. I don't have it yet. I'm still working. For now, I just have these interviews. The original idea was to work with entrepreneurs, but then I saw that that was going to limit a lot of my research because there are not a lot of women entrepreneurs in this area. So now I'm moving to leading positions and then to understand the market, how many women I can reach, and then how many are really going to reply it. That is a different point. How many you reach and how many you will get an answer. Okay.
Thank you very much for the really interesting presentation. Means a lot to us. And now is the turn of Anna Slawik. She will present Reaching the Green Goals Together, Knowledge Management in Stakeholders Relationships. Do you need some help, Anna?
Give me a sec, if I find my one. Yeah. A very good afternoon. So, reaching the green goals together, knowledge management and stakeholder relationships, that's the topic of our research that is in progress. And I would like to start with a question. For us, there are two words in this topic are particularly important. What do you think? Which ones? Which two words are specifically important here? Okay, so the first is relationships. I hope you agree, because all the great presentations before were about relationships and different stakeholders, especially in the food and wine industry, of course. Indeed, the relationships and the relational capital is the most significant asset on which we build and maintain competitive advantage. And the second word, I was hoping that would be your guess as well, is knowledge. Another asset and a resource on which we build our success. And if we merge those two key factors, knowledge with relationships, probably we can get the recipe for success. I'm very happy to cooperate on this research with Javier and Eduardo, and also my colleague from Poland, Aleksandra Rudawska. She couldn't make it to Alicante, but she's an expert in knowledge management as well. The aim of the research is to investigate knowledge management practices that are employed towards stakeholders, but not all of them, but towards those stakeholders that are perceived as key for attainment of the green goals of winery, because we are focusing here on the wine industry in Spain and in particular in Alicante region. Very briefly, from the theory, we build on the stakeholder theory, the natural resource-based view, and knowledge management. As to the stakeholder theory, probably you are familiar with it, so just very briefly, It posits that a business, an organization, also non-profit organization, should consider a broader spectrum of stakeholders, so different groups and individuals who can affect our business operations and our sustainability, or who are affected by our business, or both. So that's the main idea, and something that most of us are familiar with, and I believe that we naturally connect with this stakeholder approach. But there's another very important thing, maybe not that common, that the main insight of the stakeholder theory is that those stakeholders are interconnected, which means that whenever you create or destroy value for one stakeholder group, let's say customers or employees, you also affect the value creation for another group. So that's very important, and I think that in the previous presentations we noticed very clearly that the value creation process, which should be aimed at different stakeholder groups, also shows that they are, of course, interconnected or interdependent. Then the natural resource-based view says and actually expands the traditional resource-based theory, saying that the competitive advantage can be built also based on capabilities related to natural environment. And finally, knowledge, as I mentioned, which is one of the key resource and assets. And of course, nowadays, and especially in the food and wine industry, knowledge is very often the source of competitive advantage. Knowledge, understand also as know-how, experience, and this knowledge is shared with not only internal stakeholders, so the employees, entrepreneurs, but also with external stakeholders. So that's basically what our research idea is about. So we want to investigate the process of knowledge sharing in between or among different stakeholder groups, both internal and external, and how this can impact the attainment, the achievement of green goals. So why we focus on it is that we believe that if you want to achieve anything important, you can never do it alone. You just can't act alone. So it means that you have to cooperate, you need the support of other individuals and groups. And as I mentioned earlier, Ed Freeman on the slide, who is, let's say, the father of the stakeholder approach, he said that there are just two factors that make startups thrive. One is the business idea, and the other is the support of stakeholders. And also we just had the great example of Cuenca, the success story that was also built, as Eric introduced, on knowledge and the ability to actually capture and apply the knowledge and support of stakeholders. Our case study is Bodega Las Virtudes. It's a winery here in the Alicantes region. And stage one, I would like to just briefly introduce the study design, because as I said, we are at the very initial stage of it. So the first stage is about to identify who are the key stakeholders of this winery, from the perspective of achieving the green goals, so achieving the sustainability goals and to improve the green performance. So what we do here, we ask the CEO to identify all stakeholder groups in the environment of this winery. Then we ask also about the green goals and how those green goals are measured. So we were given a pretty long list of the strategic performance indicators of those green goals. And then we ask to evaluate the impact of each key stakeholder group on those green goals. So we create an evaluation matrix, and based on it, we would like to know who is actually the most significant in terms of achieving or improving green performance. And then at the second stage, we would like to investigate the knowledge management practices with those key stakeholders, with those, first of all, external stakeholders. And here we want to consider 4 aspects of knowledge management, which are acquisition, capturing, knowledge sharing, and knowledge application, finally. And then at the last stage, we would like to basically to do the same, but we would like to focus more on the internal process of knowledge management and knowledge management practices. Since we are pushed for time, I just would like to show you one of the tools that we use for our data collection. And this is a framework that I devised which support the identification of stakeholders and support or guide stakeholder analysis. And recently I've developed it into a web application which is free for use. So maybe this example also would be something that can inspire your research or your study. So using this tool, we collect the data. And now I'm going to show you the website and very briefly tell you how it basically works. Oops. Okay, before I do so, because the browser was closed, unfortunately, so I'll have to do it again. So what we know so far about, or from the stakeholder identification phase in Bodega Las Virtudes is that the CEO identified quite a broad spectrum of stakeholders, 38 groups, which belongs to 10 generic categories like owners, viticulturists, employees, suppliers, customers, competitors, regulators, capital providers, and so on. They also pursue 7 green goals, which are measured by as many as 26 performance indicators, which is, I believe, really very ambitious practice. Here are just to give you a sense of what they do, pursuing or boosting their green performance. Here I listed those 7 green goals. They are related to carbon footprint, to sustainable agricultural practices, to water usage, which was mentioned here earlier as well, to biodiversity, to reducing waste and promoting recycling, to promoting and preserving the traditional landscape and, again, agricultural practices. But there is also the last goal, which is related directly to education and engagement among stakeholders, which I found very important. Okay, here we go. So that's the website on which you can use this application and actually carry out the analysis. It comprises a few modules. You can go through all of them. You can just select a few. And what we've done so far with the CEO of this winery, he scanned basically the environment, and here we got the list of those stakeholders that are perceived in the environment of this winery. They are categorized, so some generic categories are given at the beginning, and then the CEO just listed different groups within each category. So just to give you the idea, this list is pretty impressive in terms of the number of stakeholders and in terms of the very different stakeholder categories. So that's the first step. Then, because we finally want to evaluate the impact of stakeholders on the green goals, of course we have to know what are the green goals of this business. So again, there is a module in which we ask about these goals and indicators in particular of those goals. They are all here listed. As I mentioned before, as many as 26 indicators were identified. So again, it's a pretty long list. And also in the next step, you can actually evaluate the importance of each goal. Is it just important? Is it very important? Or maybe it's absolutely crucial for the green performance. So using the app, in this case, the CEO is going to evaluate the importance of each indicator. And then the next thing, which we are mostly interested in, I call it management controls module, in which the app will guide you and ask you to evaluate the impact of each stakeholder on each indicator. So let's say we want to evaluate the impact of local cooperative members on the reduction in energy consumption, right? So of course this is going to be done by the CEO again or by the top management of the organization, but it's in the app you just evaluate using the provided scale. There might be just no impact, or the impact might be very high. So that's how it works. There is also another module of the analysis in which you can evaluate the mutual impact pairwise of all stakeholders. Just analyzing, for example, how the local cooperative members impact or directly impact the governing board or not. And we evaluated both ways because obviously those influences are not always symmetrical, or very often they are actually asymmetrical. And based on those evaluations, there is a matrix, and finally what we will get the maps of stakeholders from which we can actually interpret what roles they perform in the whole environment. And to show you this, I just need the next link. Just give me a sec. Because this analysis is not completed yet, so I would like to show you another example. Oh, there's a problem with clicking it. Okay, so just to skip the other modules and go to the last stage, which are the results, or the visualization of the results actually. From the analysis, what you can get, there are a few kinds of maps. First of all, you will be able to see all your stakeholders, all the identified stakeholders on one map from which you can tell what kind of systemic roles they play. And I'll show you the interpretation here, because those stakeholders might be more active or more reactive, which means either they impact the other stakeholders more than they are affected by them, so then they have the active role in the environment. They can be more reactive, which means that they receive more the influence, they impact the others themselves, and then can be critical for the system, for the environment, or more buffering. We are especially interested in the critical stakeholders, in the critical groups, which means that they can change the rules of the game, right? They can destabilize the environment, or they can actually improve the whole system because of their critical systemic role. So just to give you a sense very briefly, and then one of the modules of the analysis will allow you to choose the most strategic stakeholders from your list, which means that they are going to be, or they are the most salient groups in the environment. In our research, we do it in relation to the impact on the green goals, of course, so it's limited to the green performance. And again, you can see we call it the cognitive stakeholder maps. And also, when the whole analysis is completed, you can just download a report of the analysis, and with all the results and maps and tables and also definitions. So just as an example, I wanted to present, that's the one of the tool that we use in the data collection for the research. And then the other two stages that I mentioned, we are going to get the data using the in-depth interviews. So basically that was the idea. As I said, the research is in progress, and I'm very curious what we get at the end. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, I'll be very happy to hear it now or after the session, of course.
Congratulations on the presentation, and thank you very much for all your effort and support in the analysis, and thank you very much for all the work carried out. Thank you very much.
And now Mrs. Joy Akahom will present the research called the GT Bank Food and Drink Fair's Role in Promoting Food Tourism and Sustainability During Turbulent Times. She couldn't do it earlier.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and my name is Dr. Joy Akahome from the Federal University, Otueke, Bayelsa State, Nigeria. Okay, my topic is the GT Bank and the food and drink fair role in promoting food tourism and sustainability during the sustainable times. It's actually a case study. So the GT Food and Drink Fair is an important platform that is actually designed to promote local businesses and also the culinary experiences of the Nigerian food culture. And so we'll look at concepts on the topic, like the food tourism. So the food tourism involves people who travel from different parts of the world, and they just want to experience some culinary traditional foods, local foods from the country, because we in Nigeria, we have several different foods that is tasty and very experiential. Yeah. So the fair, which is the GT Bank Fair, helps to play the role in promoting that food culture, both in the international and local context. And so we also look at the sustainability as well. The sustainability is specifically in the food industry, because it's important that the GT Bank adopts a very eco-friendly and sustainable practices, especially during the recession. Now we have almost recession in the country, and during the time that there were the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so we'll look at just briefly how the fair has been able to contribute to promote food and drinks internationally. So it has helped by attracting people from different parts of the world. It has also helped to promote the diversity and richness of the local dishes, that has helped to put the Nigerian culinary tradition on the global map. Okay, so we'll also look at the overview of this GT Bank Food and Drink Fair, which has been established in the year 2016. It was actually established to support SMEs, small food businesses, giving them that opportunity to promote their product and helping them to build a wide audience reach. Okay, so it has also helped them to encourage people from the international community to come over to Nigeria and explore the food culture. Okay, then we'll look at the features. The features here looks at the culinary promotion, where the chefs, during the activity, they help to demonstrate their cooking activities. They learn different cooking styles, and also displaying different foods and services. Okay, then we also have the visitors who are attracted from different parts of the world. Okay, then what are the sustainability initiatives of GT Bank Food and Fair? They are actually committed to sustainability and focuses on how events can combine eco-friendly practices to support environmental and social responsibilities within the food industry. Okay, yeah. So how do they do that? They go into involve in eco-friendly packaging, and they also help to reduce food waste. They also encourage people to source for foods locally and organically, where they can reduce the carbon footprint of food transportation and promote much healthier and more sustainable food promotion methods. Okay. Then look at the resilience during the turbulent times. So it has also explored how the fair has also demonstrated how resilient it is, and how it has been able to adapt during the crisis of COVID-19 and other economic challenges. So then let me just get to the end of it. So how it has contributed so far. So it has contributed to the growth of small businesses, and it has also helped in creating jobs in the food and hospitality sector. And also been able to boost economic growth in the tourism sector. So yeah, so that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, any question? And, any question?
So, the last presentation would be marketing strategies for consolidating a new destination of origin in Brazilian wine industry, the case of Altos, De Pinto, Bandeira. I'd like to mention that we have not developed our research paper, but in the closing speech I will explain a little bit the two research papers that we have developed, because we have half an hour delay, and we have to bear in mind that there are MBA students that have class at 3:30. So if they want to go to the restaurant, they need some time. But I will explain the main characteristics, and if you want later on, I will share with you the research paper and all.
So I'm going to be very very fast in my presentation. So now I'm going to present a different subject. I'm going to talk about marketing strategies for consolidating a new designation of origin in Brazilian wine industry. Maybe a very normal or popular concept here in Europe, but not very popular in Brazil. This is the case of Altos de Pinto Bandeira. This is a region in the south of Brazil. This was research that was conducted by the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. I'm just collaborating with this research, and I'm here presenting it to you. What it's going to be explored here is what are these marketing strategies for this region in Brazil, how they are working to try to develop and to enhance this region, which is renewed for its unique and captivating characteristics. It's important to say this is the first one in the New World or in an emerging country designation of region that is for sparkling wines. So we are going to look through some strategies that they are using and how they are seeing the future and what they still have to develop. Important to say also, I'm from the south of Brazil. This is a region in the south of Brazil that has suffered from the flows that we had recently happening there. So there are a lot of challenges to rebuild and work in this region. When we talk about geographic indications in Brazil, we have basically two areas that product wine in Brazil. We have the south of Brazil, that is Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, and Paraná. And then we have in the northeast region, in Bahia and Pernambuco, some kind of production there. But we are still, as I mentioned before in the first presentation, we are growing in this industry. And now we are going to be talking about, let me see here. We are going to be talking about this region, the Rio Grande do Sul, and then the designation of origin, Altos de Pinto Bandeira. So theoretical background, we'll just briefly mention strategic management and then marketing strategies. So what are the strategies that this region is working on in order to develop every time more the region and even the tourism in that region, which is very important for what we have to develop there. The methodology, so this designation of origin of Altos de Pinto Bandeira was selected. That's because it was recently recognized. That was 2022. This is exclusively for sparkling wines, as I said before, from the New World, so it's the first one. It's a qualitative approach, so it was conducted in-depth interviews with 5 of the wineries, and that is the total population of this region. As I said before, we are small when we talk about wine production, so we are going to look to 5 wineries, and then 3 interviews were conducted face-to-face, and then we had 2 of them that had to be rescheduled due to the climate disaster that we had there. They were conducted this year in July, and due to the floods, we had to reschedule them, and it was necessary to adopt a virtual and written approach. So what are the main findings of this research? We are talking about 5 wineries. Just 2 of them have a structured marketing department. All of them, they collect some kind of feedback, formal or informal feedback, and they value these customer opinions to improve their brands. The strategies that they are using to disseminate the area, the region. They participate in fairs and events. They use social networks and awards that they are obtaining for these sparkling wines of the region. The wine tourism, it's a crucial, a vital role in these wineries. It was mentioned here before. There in Brazil, we also have wineries that have restaurants and that they offer different experiences to customers so they can be there living the reality of the place. And then the marketing strategies for the regional level, how to boost this region. It's the development of the tourist itineraries in this region. Brazil is a very big country, it's a large country, so how we can organize an itinerary that's going to improve this tourism in the region. Qualification of accommodation options, we still have to work in that. The involvement of public authorities to help to market these places. As I said before, this is not that usual concept in Brazil, a designation of a region, what that really represents. So for population, it's not that common, and how we can work with authorities to develop and talk more about this. All the wineries, they carry out actions that are related to the area, such as guided tasting, walking through the properties, and the gastronomy, as I said before. From the wineries, of course, the 2 of them that export their wines, they are the largest ones. And also here, the challenging, when we talk about promoting this area in Brazil, is again the lack of knowledge. So how we can work on that so we can develop this region. And also there is this collective effort to focus on similar factors that people can understand, that when we are talking about the designation of a region and these characteristics, we are talking about real quality of wine and sparkling wines in these cases. So value implications, it's a contribution to understand the development of regional marketing strategies in the wine industry in Brazil, which is an area that still needs a lot of development of studies. How these strategies can improve and maintain the movement of the region and reach more people so they can come over and know better the region. Each of these wineries of the region, they can contribute also to improve the products and show this region, Altos de Pinto Bandeira, capacity to grow and consolidate globally in the sparkling wine industry. And then for future research, there are some strategies that we still need to understand how they are really going to help to develop the region. So how we can validate these strategies and then accompany a plan, and then we can get some new results and maybe a framework that would help the development of the region, and that could be used to different regions that are also working in these accomplishments and that's going to be towards more economical results for the region and the recognition. And that's it. See, I said I was going to be fast.
Thank you for making it short and really clear. Do you have any questions?
Everybody's hungry? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. It has been a real privilege. We were not able to explain our research papers that we have prepared. It's a pity. Well, you may think, well, you're a lucky guy because you have not presented it, but the thing is that we wanted to show the findings that we had, and I think that some of them are really insightful, and I'm going to share with you the research papers in case that you want to read them, and we are going to have much time because we will see each other faces in class if you want to know the research papers, and we are going to see during lunch and tomorrow in the social activities. We try to apply structural equation modeling to the research papers that we are developing, but the first one was a qualitative one, in the sense that we try to identify the intangibles, the human, the structural, and the relational intangibles in the Spanish wine industry. And in the other research paper, we try to analyze the relationship between the wine tourism development and the sustainable competitive advantage. And we always use the same methodology, structural equation modeling, and we found that there was a positive and significant relationship between these two constructs. There are some findings that have been published in some academic journals, and there are some of them that are in the process. That is, I don't know what to say. I have not words to express that I'm really grateful to your attendance, and we will have much time to discuss all these things. Thank you very much for coming, and I'm really grateful to you, to your presence, and I don't know what to say actually.
Well, I would like to reiterate the words of my colleague. It is a pleasure to work with you and the rest of organizers. And I would like also to thank you that you all come here. And I am pleased of having the opportunity to attend these interesting investigations developed for international experts in the in food and wine industries. So we have all the theory this morning, so right now we have the opportunity to go to practice. So I hope you all enjoy this afternoon and the day and tomorrow activities. Thank you all of you for coming, and see you in the restaurant. Thank you.